Hello everybody, this is Frontal Bobber here, and welcome back to Trade Sim. Yep, we're playing this again. Click the train. Uh-oh. Okay, George, Red Stream. Yes, welcome back to Trade Sim. Today is the medium extravaganza. Yeah, so we're driving 3 routes, 3 trains, and we're starting with the Clinchfield Railroad because, well, yeah, it's one of the routes included with this thing. Anyway, yes, welcome to Trade Sim, welcome to the stream. Alright, so I guess we just get started. Now, of course, we are starting on a hill, so we're gonna have to build the revs a bit, and then release the brakes. Here at the northern end of the Clinchfield Railroad in Elkhorn, I guess. Off the brakes, and we're off. All right. Turn on the volume of the game a little bit. It's pretty loud. That's better. Alright, welcome to the Clinchfield Railroad, the first 3 routes that we're driving on today. Starting out with the starting out with the F7 on the Clinchfield Railroad. Yeah. So, Clinchfield Railroad, you may have noticed that this route is 40 miles long. This is we're driving the whole route, by the way, but it's gonna take an hour and a half to get there. Okay, so we're starting to dinner has just arrived. Anyway, the F7 on the Clinchfield Railroad. Yeah, what's weird is that I usually think of this, alright? I think everyone thinks about the F7 as a passenger locomotive, but for some reason this one's being used as a freight locomotive. Yeah, there's 0 passenger work on this route. It's all freight. And I know this route was set in the past. Although I don't actually know which era this route is set in. I assume like the 70s or 80s or something. I have no idea, and honestly, I don't really care, because to be honest, I don't really care about this route. I think this route is just weak, uninteresting, and honestly, I don't really care. So I'm going to slow down for a little bit because I want to show you the content that's included with this game, or this route, I mean. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's just drop the thing. So we got these locomotives here in 2 different liveries. I'll just pause the game for a minute. We got these 2 locomotives. Well, I say 2 locomotives. We got these. Actually, there's a decent amount of locomotive stuff included with this route. First of all, we have this thing. You think it's GP something something. I don't actually know the name, the type of the locomotive. But we do get this locomotive in 2 different liveries. You got Clinchfield Railroad Black and Clinchfield Railroad Gray. I prefer the gray one. We also have this SD thingamajiggy locomotive. No idea what this is. This is I don't know what this locomotive, but it's a locomotive, and once again, includes 2 different liveries. Of course, you have your driver no driver versions. You got your gray version and your black version, and same for this one as well. No driver, no driver version. So you have that. You also have some GP7, so something a little bit smaller. You got the gray. Once again, gray and black versions are available with driver and no driver versions. So you got 3 different like locomotive thingamajiggies, and you also have the F7 as well. So 4 different locomotive types included. F7 once again included in gray and black. So 4 different types of locomotives included with this route, which is pretty decent, even though the locomotives themselves are pretty lackluster, but at least it's a good amount, I guess. And you also have various freight cars involved. You got a hopper car, the unloaded version. You got this car here, other hopper car, some coal hopper. You've got a box car. Okay, do apologize for the interruption, but I promise that's gonna be the last one for a while. As I was saying, we got a box car, we've got a red hopper car, we've got a gondola car, you got the whatever this is, a thingy car. You've got another hopper car, co-opera. You got a tanker car. You've got whatever these are, and a caboose. So that is all of your rolling stock included with this route. So 4 different types of locomotives and various freight cars. So, alright, we're just gonna speed back up. And Simon's joining the chat and he said, "Where driver so true love to like speed trains?" Well, yeah. Unfortunately, I should mention, for this first route that we're driving today, we're gonna be going slow. And by slow, I mean the fastest that we're gonna be getting up to is 30 miles per hour. That's it. That's the fastest that we'll be able to go on this entire route, because it is just twists, bends, more twists, more bends. It's just all twisties and bends. That's it. That's all this route is. Yeah. And honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really have any interest in this route at all. I think this route is just boring, uninteresting. I've actually barely played this route at all. And by barely, I mean I haven't even driven that much on this route. Okay, these brakes in this train are awful. I haven't played any of the scenarios for this round. I've driven the trains a little, like a teeny bit, like 2 miles, just because I was curious to see what they were. And the trains are honestly all, bleh. They're meh. Honestly, they're not really that impressive at all. They're just boring, typical boring things. All right, just typical boring. I mean, the F7 is kind of cool, I guess. I mean, it's cool. It's about the coolest thing in this DLC, and honestly, the only thing, at least to me, that has some sort of cool factor. Everything else is just your typical boxy American freight locomotive. Like, that's it. I mean, you get 4 different locomotive types, 3 of which are similar. So still more actually than your usual DLC, but I mean, thing is though, you know, Dovetail were pretty much doing the best that they could with this route. I gotta ask though, who actually asked for this route? Like this Clinchfield Railroad route, who went up to Dovetail and said, "We want the Clinchfield Railroad and Train Simulator"? Honestly, I don't get it. Who wanted this route? Who asked for this route to be added to the game? Because as far as I know, nobody. I mean, you know, there's always buzz about adding this route and this route, but then in all those buzzes, I've never seen this route come up ever, and yet Dovetail are like, "Clinchfield Railroad, let's make it." And you know the best thing about that, by the way? I guess the Clinchfield Railroad was such a likable route to Dovetail that they figured, let's make this route again for Train Sim World. Yeah, this route came up for Train Simulator and then Train Sim World 2. It's like, is this route really that amazing that we need it for 2 of Dovetail's Train Simulators? Really? Because honestly, as far as my opinion goes in this route, I mean, it's not really anything special. Like, we've had routes that are more interesting than this, that are like in this style. You know, Sherman Hill, I'd say, is a better American freight route than this. What else is more interesting? What else? Actually, that's it. Mario's Path, that's a pretty interesting one, but I'll be honest, I don't really know my American freight routes that well, and to be honest, this is like a genre that I just don't really care about. Like, if I had to rank, like, American freight railroads as far as ranking as, like, different types of trains I care about, this would be pretty low. Like, I just personally just don't care about American freight trains. This tunnel's kind of cool, though. Kind of like this tunnel. Texture. That actually looks pretty neat. I kind of like it. Alright. So, I will admit I am a bit badly prepared for this live stream, so I actually have to pause the game a little bit and go away and prepare myself a drink. Because dinner is here, but, alright. So, how about this? I know this is really bad timing at the start of this live stream. You know, I should have done a bit better preparing, but, I started this live stream 6, of course, that's when Mummy decided to get me drunk. I should have actually fixed myself a drink before this live stream. So, I'm going to leave you guys in this freeze frame for a couple minutes, and I'll be back with a drink and some sausages. Alright, we are back. Whoops. There we go. Okay. That was gonna be the last interruption on this live stream. We are going all the way to the end now. Okay, so Clinchfield Railroad. Who asked for this route? Well, as far as I know, nobody. Because... Why? It's, first of all, it's only 40 miles long, which is pretty short. I mean, then again, though, this is, at this point, this has become the norm for dovetail routes, just 40 miles long, you know. Back in the day, we had 70-mile long routes, 90 miles per hour, even routes that were over 100 miles long. But it seems now 40-mile long routes have seemed to just become the norm when it comes to dovetail routes, which is a shame. Although that being said, 40 miles maybe it's such a bad thing with this route because it takes an hour and a half to complete this route because the speed limit is just really slow. Like, yeah, you see that 30 miles per hour speed limit that we're about to come up to, that's the fastest that we're gonna go up to on this entire route. Anyway, why are you driving a slow train? Honestly, I don't really want to be driving this slow train. I wish I could be driving something that's fast, but unfortunately, that's just the nature of this route. It's just slow. You know? And I get why. You know, this route goes to a pretty mountainous part of the United States. I think this route's actually in Kentucky, the state of Kentucky, actually. I mean, sure, it's around Kentucky, but I don't think Kentucky's actually very well known for their railroads. In fact, honestly, I don't even know that much about Kentucky as a state at all. It's honestly just a place that just isn't that much interest to me. The only thing that I really know about Kentucky well is the Kentucky Speedway, the track that NASCAR goes to. A track that isn't even on the schedule anymore because the racing sucks there. And one of the best part, right? Oh, it's a spicy chicken. I shouldn't choose my chicken for so long, but that's okay. We're gonna be on this route for a while, so I'm gonna have plenty of time to say everything that I need to say. So yeah, yeah, Kentucky Speedway. Funny enough, swap jobs with Nashville Super Speedway, because now you have Nashville Super Speedway. That's a racetrack once again. Now it's Kentucky Speedway. That's become a parking lot for dealership vehicles. I mean, sure, the scenery is nice, but for me, good scenery doesn't equal good route. You know? Maybe this is what this route is. It's just eye candy. That's all this route is. Just 40 miles of eye candy. Oh, dear. And most routes single track, so if you're playing a scenario, you won't even see any passing trains. Like, this is the whole route. So, yeah. So if you guys were expecting me to drive a high-speed train today, which I would love to do, unfortunately, that's not what we're going to be doing today. In fact, we're never going to be going 200 miles per hour today, because the fastest we'll be going will be 90 miles per hour when we get to the 5-circle line. So, I will say I've driven that, and I've driven the German route as well. This is actually the only route that I haven't driven at all, and I'm probably not going to touch this route ever again once I'm done with this live stream. So, and that's something that I should talk about a bit more. Just this pack as a whole. You know, I thought the Train Simulator 2020 base pack was the weakest base pack yet. This, though, is even weaker. Like, they actually out-weaked themselves, Dovetail Games. They made a base pack that was really weak one year, and then the very next year, they somehow make a base pack that is even weaker. And something else, I just want to say this: none of the routes included with this base pack are electrified. All of these routes are strictly diesel and steam, but mostly diesel. So, if you're unlucky enough to get this as your base pack and you want to drive an electric train, that's gonna be DLC. That's gonna be $30, please. You pay $30 for the base game, then you have to pay some more money to drive the train that you actually want to drive. It's just like, come on, dude. Is this really what Train Simulator is now? Just mediocre routes that nobody cares about? I mean, the only route that I really cared about in last year's game was the Southwestern Main Line from something to something. The Southwestern, the British one. That was the only route in last year's package that was of any interest to me. The other two routes I didn't care for at all. The Norfolk Southern End Line, don't even use that route anymore. And same for the German route, I don't even use that route anymore. And even the Southwestern Main Line, I used that for a little bit and then just got bored of it, and I haven't touched that route in a long time. This though one is honestly gonna die for me even faster. Like, I'm probably never even touch the Clinchfield Railroad ever again after this live stream. I might do a couple more runs on the German route and then just throw that away, and then British route. I might play all the scenarios for that route and then just throw that away. Honestly, I just don't care. And I did have a little bit of interest, which is why I decided to pay for $1 for this pack with the Humble Bundle. I did have a small interest in the 5 Circle line, but now my interest has been fulfilled, and I don't really want to touch that route ever. Well, I'm gonna drive that route in this live stream, of course, but after this live stream, I don't even think I'm gonna touch it ever again. I just don't care. I mean, $1 is still a pretty good price for 3 routes that are at least look nice. But otherwise, I don't know, dude. In general, I just don't think that Dovetail cares as much about Train Simulator anymore. Like, all their focus now is in the Train Sim world. I don't know why they just don't stop supporting Train Simulator and just focus on Train Sim world, because, you know, the only real cool route, well, one thing I forgot to mention is that there was the Train Sim 2021 Standard Edition, but there was also Deluxe Edition. I got the Standard Edition through Humble Bundle, so unfortunately I don't get the West Coast Mainline route. Which honestly, I kind of wish I could get the West Coast Mainline route, but I'm gonna wait for a sale on that one, because that route is, oh dear, it's not very good. So, but unfortunately I'm stuck with the Standard Edition with the 3 routes and DLCs that I just don't really care about, honestly. Honestly, the only positive thing I can say about this route is the scenery. It looks nice, apart from the 2D trees, but you don't really notice those when you're in the cab. Honestly, my main problem with this route, and all the routes included with this pack, is just the route setting. Okay, maybe the British route, the 5 Circle line, could have been more interesting if it was bigger. But the other 2 routes, it's just the route setting, it just isn't very good. I mean, this route is set in Kentucky, in a very mountainous, whoops, game lag, in a very mountainous part of Kentucky. Okay, this bridge is kind of cool, though. Okay, credit where credit is due. There are some parts of this route that look cool, but that's honestly the only positive thing I can say. Even if you buy this route just for the rolling stock, I wouldn't even do that, because the rolling stock included with this route isn't very good. The F7 I'm driving right now, I mean, I kind of like it, I guess, but the thing is that this F7, like, if you're buying these trains for realism, you bought the wrong pack. Like these F7s. Can I just say, apart from the reskin and a couple other details, you know, this is just the same things they have been for a very long time. Like the F7 initially came to Train Slider in the first ever version of the game, way back in the default Kuju days when it was this was a new thing. I don't think the physics have been touched on since then. It sounds definitely not. Like these sounds that you're listening to, this whole locomotive, are all the same 12-year-old sounds from, okay, except for the horn. But the same sounds as the original version. The only new sound is the horn, which I kind of like this horn, actually. I like the horn. But everything else is just the same. And I don't think I've even driven the other locomotives, but I don't really care for them either. Yeah, is that a whistle board? Oh, no, I want to blow my horn again, honestly. Also, of course, there's no in-cab horn. It's just the exterior horn just blows. Sounds the same on both the interior and exterior. Great crossing. I was curious what the bell sounds like. Exactly the same as it's always been. Ooh, this is... Okay, that's kind of neat. They have the truck on there. Okay, this little thing is... Okay, this is quite cool. Alright, so as boring and interesting as this route is, there are a few gems. So... I mean, the gems don't make this route worth the purchase, but they're nice, I guess. By the way, if you're wondering about the Humble Bundle thing, that's over now. So, yeah. That's over now. So if you didn't buy this game for $1, then I'm afraid your opportunity has been missed. Well, so far I've had a conversation about how lackluster this game is, or as these routes are. But to be completely honest, as nice as the thing looks, it's a bit samey. All right. Like there are a couple gems, but for the most part, it's just big mountain, trees, water, whatever that is. That looks awful. And occasional tunnel, which, okay, I'll admit the interior of the tunnel looks kind of nice. I kind of like the texture on that. It looks kind of realistic, actually. I quite like it. So, I guess another thing is assets. Should you buy this route for assets? And I'm not sure. I mean, this is a pretty recent route, so a lot of the assets are pretty nice looking. But I'm not sure, to be honest. So, honestly, the only reason why I can justify getting this route is the fact that, well, no, if the only reason I can justify, you know, anyone purchasing this route is if they, like, if you're a big fan of the Clinchfield Railroad, or you live near this route and you have a connection to this route, I guess it's worth the purchase. I mean, you do get a decent amount of rolling stock, despite the fact that rolling stock isn't very good, but it's there. Otherwise, it's a pass. I honestly can't recommend this DLC. Well, anyways, I guess the landmarks is this coal hopper, or whatever this is. Yeah, what's this? It's like a... Okay, we got a bit of a refueling station, and I think that's a coal hopper, actually. Or coal station thing. Yeah. Here's a car. Yeah, it looks 80s. I think this is like a 1980s route or something. I'm not actually sure what the setting of this route is. I know it's not present day. Like, based on the scenery, I would have to guess this route was set at some point in the 80s. Actually, you know what? These little things, maybe this is why Delta made this route, because it's eye candy, alright? But that's honestly all this route is. It's just 40 miles of eye candy. Hey, we'll see though. We have consistently at 30 miles per hour. I thought there'd be fluctuate between 30 and 20 miles per hour and stuff like that, but nah, it's consistently at 30 miles per hour. It's more like yard speed, but whatever, I guess. Right. I think that's a milepost. Yeah, it's a milepost. Okay, maybe this one picks up a little bit of speed because we are almost half an hour into driving this whole route. Unless the ETA is wrong. I just don't know. Is the ETA right? Or it's just fluctuating? I don't know. I don't know, it's fluctuating. Alright. So, I guess the speed limit does pick up a little bit later on, or maybe... Okay, we've completed this much. Okay, maybe the speed picks up at least a teeny bit somewhere. I don't know. We'll see. So I've talked about the trains, I've talked about thingies. Who knows, maybe I'll come across something on this route that'll make it all worth it. But, we'll see. Tunnel. Oh, hello. That's a bug. That somehow didn't get fixed. Oops. Ooh, hello. That's not cool. Oh, what's this? A little... Okay, that's a 19... Actually, that's like a 70s car. Oh, it's American flag. Wait, is that two-dimensional? Oh, no, it's 3D. Oh, no, it is... Okay, it is 2D. But it's not like it's not one of those like rotating thingies that like follows you with the okay, well, all these trees are. Okay, now let's go to well, you didn't tell me about that. Oh, okay, never mind. Alright, you know what? Yeah, we'll stay at 30 miles per hour. Alright. Yeah, we'll stay at 30 miles per hour. Doesn't matter. Right. So no one has tuned into this live stream. Yeah, I'm thinking about putting a fancy thumbnail up, but YouTube is stupid. And I'll back up 30, yeah. I guess nothing I can talk about right now is like the wagons. I talked about the locomotives, but what about the wagons? Well, alright, so we're gonna watch this train go by here. So the run sounds on these wagons are actually pretty good, although these are the ones that were introduced with Sherman Hill. With Train Simulator 2016. Thing is though, these are the only, what's weird, alright, is that these wagons here, these freight cars, for some reason, those wagons are the only ones with the newer, better run sounds made with Sherman Hill. All the other wagons, however, use the default Kuju freight car run sound. Yeah. Yeah. So, you have a deal, so they came out like 2019, 2020. Oh no, yeah, 2000, whatever it was. Okay. Well, they came out pretty recently. And you have freight cars, Red Barrel, freight cars with different sounds. As in, you've got one wagon which has good run sounds, and the rest of them have the broken, cruddy run sounds. Not broken, they're just not good. The bad run sounds from the default Kuju days from 12 years ago. Are you serious? I don't think they even cared when making this DLC, because they couldn't even be bothered to swap out the rolling sounds on the rest of these coaches with the newer, better run sounds. But they chose to include the old, or the new run sounds anyway, on that flat car. And also keeps about these gondola cars here. Although what's weird about these gondola cars, that some of them have the run sounds, which are good, but others have just no run sounds at all. They're just completely dead silent. There's no there's a bit of noise. This caboose still has no run sounds at all. Does have a passive view though. Let's go here, watch the train go by. And now she comes and spoiling the things. Thanks. Oops. Ah. Fine, we'll try again a little bit later. Ooh, there's a road there. That's kind of cool. Road. Hello, road. Right here. Well, it's like a. Do people walk here? There's a bit of path, so maybe. Train. That's the whole train. There's a house here, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. I mean, this whole route basically takes place in the middle of nowhere. It's a very rural, very mountainous part of Kentucky, wherever this is. I actually wonder, is this route still around today? Or is it gone? That's gone. Anyways, I guess it's a nice relaxing cruise, but I'd rather be relaxing at 200 miles per hour than 30 miles per hour. Okay, you know what? If they had passenger trains on this route, I guess it would be like a nice scenery thingamajiggy, but actually, do any passenger trains travel on this route, or is it strictly an industrial railroad? Like, is it just for moving freight? You know, I might do a little bit of research on this route. I'm at least getting a little bit curious. Okay, maybe... Okay, if I can find some interesting information about this route that it interests me at all, I might return to this route with a more interesting train. Maybe Amtrak or something, or just something interesting. Otherwise, yeah. Welcome to the first and last ever live stream that I'll ever do on this route. Anyways, uh-oh. This tunnel's broke. Oh man, this wasn't even made that well in some areas. Come on, dude. I expect better from a route that's included with the base game. And by the way, you know, the whole reason why Dovetail changes the base routes every year is because Dovetail wants to give you their best work from the last year right out of the box. But the problem is that just because it came out recently doesn't even mean it's their best work. I mean, dude, they've made better routes years ago. This is a route that came out last year. And they've made better routes multiple years ago, like back in the mid-2010s. And here they are, still making routes these days. They're just getting worse and worse. You know what? I hate to say it, but honestly, I think we're gonna get back to the default Kuju days at some point in the future. Like, yeah, here's a brand new route that we made. Oh, it's made about as well as a route that we made 15 years ago. Of course they placed that crossing at the end of a tunnel. I can't. Nah! Anyway, ding 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 ding. Slow freight train coming through. Okay, this part looks kind of neat though. Anyways, ooh, some sightings. Ooh, hello. This is the actual sign. This is like a coal depot. And Ooh, what do we have here? Actually, we've got some school buses. We got some trucks, some bridge things. Okay, this part looks kind of neat. Ooh, bridge. Okay, this bridge is kind of bridge. It goes over 2 roads and a river. You know, I do have to give kudos to the people that built this route in real life. Like, the real life version of this route. They had to break through some really mountainous, some real terrain to have, like, a route that could connect, you know, one place to another for freight and stuff. I mean, this couldn't have been easy. They had to probably use tons of dynamite to blow apart some of the mountainside. You know, blow their way right through a mountain to build a tunnel. It must have been a real challenge back in the day. I mean, there's some tough terrain they had to break through just to build this line, this railroad. You know, I mean, I guess even for the time, because, you know, nowadays, you know, at this point, you know, we've done this quite a lot. There's a lot of do's and don'ts of stuff like this, but for its time, it must have been a real challenge. You know, so I might do some research on this route and learn some more about it, because, you know, as uninteresting of a route that this is for Train Simulator, and it's still a pretty interesting route by real life standards, unless you live close to this place, there's still a little bit to discover. Another roadway. Look at that. I'm just gonna predict the road came first because, you know, you can tell the road goes right underneath the bridge. If you hear my mom in the background, I do apologize. She's looking for something. I don't know what's going on. And I'm afraid I can't help out because I'm doing this. Yeah. Okay, more broken tunnels though. Okay, I'm impressed with the texture, but the tunnel itself could be done better. Alright, we're almost halfway through completing this route. Honestly though, yeah, I said earlier this route is just eye candy, and that still holds true. It's just 40 miles of eye candy. I mean, yeah, apparently this route was so amazing for Train Sim, they figured, let's also make this route for Train Sim World. That was a weird company, man. Oh well. At least they have also brought some more interesting routes, you know, especially with Rush Hour. They got the Brighton Main Line, you know, which is quite cool. But of course, Providence to Boston. Oh man, I am super hyped for that one though. Providence to Boston. You know, like that's the road that I call home. That's, you know. Now, like I said earlier, you know, you might be interested in this route if you live near this route. Well, I'm going to be interested in the Providence to Boston because I, of course, live near that route. And you got, you know, if you guys check out my channel, you guys, well, in my trips playlist, you know, you might know, like, my channel does kind of reflect the fact that, that I live very near the northeast corner, well, specific part of the northeast corner, like the northern part of it, and stuff. Well, and, you know, well, of course, Mommy gets in here, but I don't know why she had to wait until I start the live stream, because I'm honestly not that hungry anymore. Obviously, cooked me some nice chicken, but I don't really want it anymore. Something, yeah, fine, I'll eat it, or I'll also try to digest it. It's also not that tasty, though. That's okay. Ooh, jeez. Lag. This road looks a little bit modern though, or maybe they really did have roads like that back in the day. But yeah, based on the surroundings, this road is definitely not still in the present day. You know, is this route even still around these days? I have absolutely. I'm gonna look it up once I'm done with this live stream, but. Anyway, no. So it turns out the entire road is 30 miles per hour speed limit because we're about 45 minutes into this journey, and we are now about to reach the halfway point in this route. So, overall opinion of the Clinkfield Railroad, it's fine. Thing is, though, even if they would have given this route like more, like the things that I expect, or things that I at least want out of a route, it's just the setting just doesn't interest me. I mean, it might interest, someone else. Like, I can understand someone getting this route because of the setting and there's a bit of an interest to it. But to me, even though this route is American, it's just still not interesting to me. I wasn't even gonna get this route ever. If that got included in the Humble Bundle, so that was like fine. But yeah, I will give him this though. At least the other two routes are a teeny bit more interesting than that. I have, like before this live stream, I have driven the entire like Lubeck to Kiel route. I've driven that whole thing. I've driven the whole 5 circle as well. So. So if I sound a bit unsurprised when it comes to those routes, it's because I've already seen everything that there is to see on those 2 routes, whereas this route, I haven't driven it until today. So all the stuff here that I'm driving through, I've never seen before. Whereas with the other 2 routes, I have, I used to, sort of save these DLCs until I did a live stream on them. A little bit of a surprise, but I don't do that anymore. Like if I get a new DLC at this point for Train Smite, then I'm not gonna wait to do a live stream to view it. I'm just gonna just play it. Is this a station? Fremont. This kind of looks like a station. Huh. Maybe this route used to serve passenger trains. And then after a while, I guess funds dried up for... Oh, man, that's getting a little annoying. As I was saying, maybe this route did used to provide passenger trains, but then funds dried up for passenger trains, so they just retired them and just stuck to doing freight work. Okay, that's really annoying. I do apologize for what's happening in the background. I don't know if you can hear it. I do apologize. Of course, you have permission to be doing that whilst I'm trying to do a live stream. Yeah. And by the way, if you guys ever wonder why am I still living with my parents, and I mean, it's not that I want to, it's just that I have to. I wish I had enough money to afford my own place, but unfortunately, that's not where I'm at right now. I will be though, don't worry, I'm not gonna live with my parents forever. I will eventually move out and live in my own place, but unfortunately, I still do, and and thing is, again, it's not because I wanted to, it's because I have to. I don't have any other choice. It's either with my parents or on the street, and I think you know which one I would prefer. Because at least if I'm with my parents, you know, I got, well, this, you know. I mean, the fact that I'm able to live in my mommy's house is what allows me to do the live stream that I happen to be doing right now. In fact, yeah, it's the whole way I'm able to be speaking with you guys at this very moment. I say speaking with you guys, I'm pretty much talking to no one, I'll be honest. But whatever at this point. Ooh, this goes somewhere. Good one. It was like a 6 out of 10 burp. Okay, maybe 7 out of 10. I'm 19 years old and I still have a mental age of 10. But to me, I don't think it hurts to act a little childish sometimes. Okay, you heard noise. Anyway, what's this? Wait, what in the, what? What is this road? It just bends off here, goes underneath this bridge, and then just, what? What's the point of this road? What? What is the point of that road? I don't get. Weird things. I'm going this way. Yes. Alright, another tunnel. That route goes to somewhere. And I sell on the map. Alright. So our final destination is Bloody Main South. I actually thought at first that said Bloody Main South, and honestly, that's just what it should be called. Because I want to get to the Bloody Main South already, alright? Okay, fine. I am enjoying this a teeny little bit, but I think the only reason why I'm kind of enjoying this is because, you know, I've never driven this route before. But, yeah. I will say, though, I don't really get, you know, is this route really so amazing that they had to make this route for 2 different games? I don't know. I mean, okay, I will say this. I'm not really into the Train Simulator community, you know? Like, despite how much I play Train Simulator, well, you know, I play Train Sim, I do things, but, you know, I'm not really into the community. Like, I'm not really on the Facebook, I'm not really on the Discord, and I used to occasionally reply to Twitter tweets, but I don't use Twitter anymore. Or it's not. I don't use Twitter as a social platform, anyways. You know. Okay, I guess it's worth saying. I do technically still use Twitter, except I only now just use it as like a news platform. I don't use it anymore as a social platform. Because oh dear. Grade crossing. With no gates, by the way. This is an older style crossing. In fact, there's no gates, no nothing except for ding-dings. No, not even ding-dings. Just the sign here that says railroad crossing. So, I mean, the trains do go pretty slow, but you're only just relying on the train to blow their horn. Stop. Because, man, if you don't hear that train coming, you are screwed. And here's another one. Oh, this one's even... Okay, this one's even more dangerous, because... Now you have trees covering up the line, so you can't even see the train. And from here as well, you can only see the train... No, you can't even see the train that well here, either. So it's like, yeah, the signs will tell you there's a grade crossing there, but how do you know there's a train coming? The only way we can really rely on that is the train blowing the horn. And that's if you're not blasting your music. What if you are? Because, man, if oh, that is like, yeah. I think at this point, though, we have come like a long way as far as railroad crossings. Like, I think at this point, every crossing in the United States, and, well, yeah, every crossing in the United States has, you know, bells, flashing lights, and things. So, you know, visually you can see the train coming. Or, well, you can see the train coming from the thingy-majiggies. Even then, though, I would still just... Like, if I'm coming up to one of those crossings, I would still just stop and look to see if there's a train coming. Also, can I just say... This is just reminding me of a little something that happened recently. Yeah, over near where our Russell lives, in, Texas, like, near Dallas, where the Trinity Railway Express runs. Yeah, a few days ago, a Trinity Railway Express train crashed into a semi-truck at a railroad crossing. Yeah, it's 2021, and we still have incidents of trains crashing into vehicles at railroad crossings. It's like, are you kidding me? It's 2021 and people are still stupid enough to run a crossing when there's a train coming. Like, I can't believe it. It's a lucky thing nobody was badly hurt. You know, nobody was really hurt from that crash and the train was barely damaged. I mean, the front end was bent up, but other than that, the train was still in good working condition. Of course, because on 25 soon. But it's kind of amazing to me. The year is 2021, and people are still running the lights at railroad crossings and getting hit by trains. I can't believe it. And by the way, that's just Texas. You know, I only knew about that event because Russell told me. How often does that happen in other parts of just the United States alone? Like, I can't believe it. We still have trains crashing into cars at railroad crossings because the driver of the cars are idiots. That's honestly the only root cause of these crashes now. Just drivers being morons. I just don't get it. And it was a pretty big semi-truck. I'm surprised the train was so well intact. Like, we've had, you know, in the past, we've had events of trains crashing into semi-trucks, which results into very... Oh, hang on a minute. I gotta see this. Oh, look how close this... The sign is clipping through the train. Good job, Dovetail. Alright, let's go this way. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, we've had incidents, you know, where, especially, you know, passenger trains hit semi-trucks, which results in, you know, people, well, I guess to put it lightly, dying. Oh, and, by the way, cool. Yep. Dovetail games, everybody. Hang on, look at this. Aw, come on, dude. Really? Yep, Dovetail Games, everybody. This is Dovetail now. How do errors like that make it through? Seriously. How do errors like that make it into the final product? Insane. Anyway, yeah. I do question how many times a year does a train crash into a vehicle at a railroad crossing? Like, in the United States alone. There's probably a website for that, but, you know. I'm also surprised, though, that these kinds of accidents don't get talked about more in the news. Like, the only reason why I found out that that TRE train hit a semi-truck was because, you know, Russell told me about it. Otherwise, I never would have even known it ever happened. That's just insane. Anyway, how's the stream doing? That's okay, I guess. Serviceable. Well, it's been a pretty nice chat. I think it's gonna stay that way, actually. Cause, you know, this route, it's eye candy. It looks nice, but unfortunately for the German route, it's even more boring than this. And I'll talk about that in a second. Well, okay, more than a second. Actually, another half hour, because that's how much longer it's going to take for us to complete this route. Anyway, yeah. So, let's see. Talk about railroad crossings. Talk about how lackluster this pack is. Okay, I wish somebody was in the chat that I had something more to talk about. I mean, I'm giving you guys content to watch whilst I'm not uploading any videos because I haven't got any to upload yet. You know, because videos aren't paused until June 7th, so I can complete recording or record as many races as possible for the NRL season. Anyway, I can't really say with that. I'm actually going to be editing videos starting next week. Oh, hello NSW Train Fan 3719. I'm glad you're here because honestly, I've been talking quite a bit for the past hour, and I'm starting to run things to talk about. I'm so glad now we have a viewer here because I kind of need someone to talk to. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm a bit lonely. Anyway, so welcome to the Train Simulator 2021 Medium Extravaganza, starting with the Clinchfield Railroad. And this is only the first route of the day, though. After this, I'll be driving the Lubeck to Kiel route and then the 5-circle line for Train Sim. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to finish dinner. Oh, well. I'll put this over here. Take it back to the counter once I'm done with this stream. Oi! Stay there. Anyways. So, I guess the real question I'm gonna raise. You know, how often do trains crash into road vehicles at railroad crossings? Because who knows, maybe it happens a lot more often than I think. Dookie. Okay, this speed limit sign is coming very close to clipping the train. Look at that! Alright, we'll pick up our speed a little bit in a moment. One thing I will say though, at least you'll get good fuel mileage on this route because you're going so slow. I still got Jad's question. All right, go for it. Yeah. Wow. So, yeah, train is so slow. Well, blame the builders of this route. Okay, it's windy. It goes through things and stuff. And yeah, I'm aware this train is going very slow. Do not worry though, we will be grabbing faster trains later on in this live stream. They're not the fastest trains ever, but they will at least be faster than this. But I should say, I'm not purposely going this slow. I'm just doing what the speed limit is. So we're gonna go back up to 30. But yeah, I'm aware that we're just crawling along the line. But that's not my fault. Like, sure, I could break the speed limit and drive recklessly, but I don't know, as slow as we're going here, I don't really want to be reckless today, alright? This is gonna be one of those streams. But I promise you we will be grabbing faster trains later on. Alright, NSW Train fan, I know you said you had a question, so if you have a question, you just go ahead and ask it, and I'll answer it the best way I can. Ooh. Okay, this grade cross is kind of interesting. Grade crossing. So I have a ding dings. Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait, there's a railroad crossing sign on one outside of the track, but oh, it's all the way over here. What? What a bizarre crossing. Very bizarre. I'm not sure why New South Wales Train Fan hasn't asked this question yet. Unless this train already got answered. Or unless the question already got answered and I just, you know. Oh, good one. I just farted. That's weird. Yes, it is. Very weird crossing indeed. But I think this is a route set in the 1970s or 80s or something. I actually don't know. I actually don't know much about this route at all. I'm just driving it because, well, it exists. And I happen to have it in my thingies because of Humble. Alright, do you still play Train of ATS? Unfortunately, no. I haven't touched Train of ATS in a long time. You know, I do want to get back into Train of ATS, so like I haven't forgotten about Train of ATS. I've wanted to get back into the game for quite a while. It's just, you know, I've played Train of ATS 1 to death. I've played Train of ATS 2 to death. And you know, I have wanted to get Train of ATS 3, but that requires iOS 10, and I don't have an iOS device that runs iOS 10. I used to, but then it was a pile of junk, so that's not run anymore. And actually, funny enough, I don't even have an iOS device at all right now because my iPad that I had, my iPad 2, my Dinosaur Age iPad 2, is broken. So all I have now is an Android phone. Yeah. Just thank God I have a computer, so I can still make videos and do live streams and things. But I do plan to get back into training VTS when I get a new iPad, which will hopefully be this summer, so long as I can get a job or get some kind of income. You know, I actually do plan on getting an iPad 10.2, the absolute latest iPad. So of course I'm going to be delicate with it because I don't know why Apple just can't make a robust device. I mean, they made the iPad 2, which was a pretty strong device. But for some reason, the iPad 10.2, I don't know why it's 10.2, by the way. For some strange reason, it's just as delicate as the iPad Air was. And yeah, the whole reason why I didn't have an iPad Air for very long, I had 2 iPad Airs, by the way. Broke both of them. Because they're just made like garbage. And what's worse is that they made a robust device. But the iPad 2 was a pretty well built device. But then I just don't understand. It's like Apple, they've made good iPads in the past, but for some reason now, just no. How much does it cost? I'm not sure which you're referring to, but I think Train of ATS 3 is like, actually no, I think Train of ATS is free. Actually, that's a free game, and the iPad 10.2 is like around $350 or something like that, somewhere around that range, like $300 to $350. It might be less than that actually. I'm not 100% sure what the cost of an iPad 10.2 is. Somewhere around there though. So it's pretty expensive, so I may or may not have one right off the bat. We'll see. One other thing though, one other reason why I really want to get an iPad 10.2 is so I can play Train Simulator 3, because, yep, that is right, Train Simulator 3 for iOS device in development, and recently they released a beta test version for people who sign up to the thingamajiggy. So yeah, you can play Train of ATS 3, or Train of ATS, oh my god, Trained Simulator 3 earlier, and get a feel for it. I signed up for that, by the way, and so I was able to get an invitation. Unfortunately, I don't have a device that can run it, which really sucks. I tried to get one though. I actually spent quite a while. I spent about an hour trying to get an iOS emulator for my computer. Could not get one that could actually work. You know, at least one that was free. Like, of course, if you want a good quality iOS emulator, you have to pay for it. It's not free. And the few free ones that I did find were garbage. To get all the Train of ATS, you have to play like, oh. Okay, well I probably won't be doing that. I don't really care for the sections, by the way, in Train of ATS. Like, I will get flight mode, but I'm still not gonna get all the sections. In, I haven't actually ever played Train of ATS 3. I'm pretty sure that game is free, but if what you're saying is you have to pay $15 for stuff, I mean, $15 really? You know, I only had to pay $3 for flight mode for Train of ATS 2. And the early Train of ATS games, those were pay-to-work games. I guess now they got a bit of a different role with Train of ATS 3, where Train of ATS 3 is free, but you have to pay for extra content. It's a bit weird. But that's kind of like a race room simulator, like wow. Any of you racing guys or race sim guys might heard of Race Room, which is a racing sim. You know, that base game is free, but you have to pay all kinds of money to get more content. Not too sure. Okay, well, I mean, it's $15. That's a bit pricey. If it's something cheaper, like $5 or something or less, then I might get it. I don't know. I say that. I will be honest. I know next to nothing about Train of ATS 3, simply because I've never played that game. And I wanted to. I want to play Train of ATS 3. I just don't have a device that can run it. And yeah. So I will get an iPad 2 or iPad 2 and iPad 10 eventually. I might even do live streams of it. No videos though because well, at least not. Well, okay, maybe I might do. I'm not sure. I'll do something though. Also, this part looks a little bit weird. Like, yeah, you won't see it from the cab, but then when you go up here, you realize half of this road is sunk into the ground. Oh, it's not even there. It's just a. That's cheap. A great crossing with no thingies again. We're actually going downhill. Oh, there's a baseball field over here. So a small town baseball field, I guess. So this is a small town, though. I mean, would you even be able to round up enough people to have a baseball game there? Because I should say, on this road there isn't much in the way of civilization. It's mostly just forest and stuff. Oh, remember the semi-express train that stopped at almost every station? Oh, that's nice. You know, that's weird, because when I think of semi-express, I think of, like, you know, it only stops at a few stations. Like, hang on. I just had a thought. They call it semi-express, yet it stops at most of the stations. It shouldn't be called a semi-express, it should be called a mini-express. You know, like a train, like it's a mini express, like it's a slight upgrade to the regular, or it's a slight upgrade to the local where it doesn't stop at every station, but you get the point. It skips a few stations, but still stops at a lot of stations. Yeah. But that's kind of silly. But yeah, I do plan to get back into training VTS 3, but that depends on whenever I can get myself a new iPad, which I am hoping is going to be this summer, but I can't absolutely guarantee it. It honestly depends on how soon I can get a job and how soon I can, you know, it's all a work in progress at the moment. Or Micro Express, that also works. This yard here is kind of big. Alright, 6 miles to go to the bloody Main South. On Train 83, there's also a sub-semi express. Interesting. Wait. That was like a double-track main line going through this yard here. Yet for some reason, there's also these siding markers. Wait a minute. Why do they use siding markers? They should have put destination markers. Stupid dovetail. I have somewhat getting used to this crawling pace though. Yeah, I will say that is quite something that the highest speed limit on this route is 30 miles per hour. So on this whole route, you're only going as fast as Stevenson's rocket, which would be fun if you were actually driving Stevenson's rocket. But since you're going to be driving full size, somewhat modern trains, it does get a bit boring after a while. Okay, this upcoming part was kind of cool. Ooh, look at that turntable. Not sure why you would. Okay, maybe you would need a turntable on this map, but sausages. Also, Trinity takes to their rappers, we still skip like 4 stations. Yeah, so I haven't played Trinity. I haven't even. I mean, I have played Trinity ATS 2, but not in a long time. But for the same reason, I haven't touched Trinity ATS 3 yet. Oh, there's so much going on that I'm missing out on. It's all because I don't have a new device. I really hope to fix that soon. In general, my tech is getting a bit outdated. I mean, my computer is the only thing that's really up to spec, and even then I want to upgrade that. My Xbox One is getting old. And my iPad has been old for a long time now. Actually, that being said that, though, this might be the last year, actually, that my Xbox One is actually, like, good for the new games. I guess if all the Xbox guys are wondering if I'm gonna get the Xbox Series X, and the answer is, I'm not actually sure. I might go for PC, a bigger PC, or yeah, a bigger PC instead. Because, you know, most of the Xbox Series X games that I want to play are also going to be available for PC. So, I have thought about getting an Xbox Series X, but ultimately, I might upgrade my computer. I say upgrade, or buy a new computer instead. So I'm honestly more of a PC person than anything at this point. Like, I like mobile, I like gaming consoles, but for me, PC is just the way to go. You know, I mean, some have said, you know, that mobile devices will take over computers, and I mean, that might be true for, like, if you're, like, a business person, but if you're a gamer like me, PC is still the way to go. Remember Train Base is one they have the Computer Limited Express. I don't remember that, actually, because, yeah, all these Train Dev ATS games haven't touched forever. Actually, I don't think I don't think I've actually played Train Dev ATS 1 since 2016. Like, I did a series on Train Dev ATS 1 back in 2016, and I just ended it there and never really played that game again. Then I did a live stream on Train Dev ATS 2 in 2017, and that was the only Train Dev ATS content that I did all year then. In fact, the closest thing that I've done that's Train Dev ATS related since then was in the ROBLOX live stream that I did back in February, when we played that Train Dev ATS map in ROBLOX. I was actually planning on revisiting that Train Dev ATS map for the live stream that I did last week, but the creator wasn't around to direct it, so unfortunately we couldn't go there then. Remember the Train Dev ATS they got rid of them? Oh. Commuter Load Express. Very interesting. Well, here's another thought that I've had, Train Dev ATS related. One thing I do want to try whenever I do get a new iPad 10.2, I want to jailbreak it and see if I can get into the files of Train Dev ATS and load those onto my computer. I kind of want to just dig through it and see what I can get. Because here's one thought that I've had. I want to see, I'm not sure if I'll be able to see this, but I want to see if maybe I can import the Train Dev ATS trains into Train Simulator. Or just see what can I get out of it and use it for other things. Did you start playing it? Well, I mean, yeah. I haven't played Train Dev ATS. I haven't played Train Dev ATS since 2017. Really, ever since my second iPad Air broke, which was, again, back in 2017. Anyway, all this talking has actually distracted me from. Well, I say distracted me. It's kind of taking my mind off of how many miles. We only have 3 miles to go in this journey. Yay! We're almost at the end of this route. All Alright. I guess I should mention this, but that won't be the end of the live stream. We have 2 more routes to drive on after this one. Anyways, yeah. But I kind of want to go into the files. At the very minimum, I want to get into the sound files. Like if I can load the sound files onto my computer and use them in other games, that'd be kind of cool. And I have been getting into modding for Train Simulator. I've never imported a 3D model into Train Simulator though, but I could. I might. I'm gonna try. All right. Like if I can somehow import the Train ATS models into Blender and then import those into Train Simulator, that'd be interesting. Remember the green train? Yes. Oh. Hello! Hello, sir! I've just talked about this introduction, and... And with that, the driver of the semi-truck is still alive, but probably badly injured. I was just talking about that early in the live stream, and here we go, right in Train Sim. Ah, good job, Dovetail Games. You've really outdone yourselves this time. Hey, it would be very cool. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try that out and see what I can do. No guarantees I like to be able to succeed in doing that because I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully this summer. I can't really tell you in the month of June, like I mentioned, the talk show they did. Oh, they got rid of the green train. That's disappointing. You know, the green train was actually my oh, you sausage. I was gonna have a breakdown if they actually got rid of the green train, because the green train was actually my favorite part about Train of ATS 2, not just because it was green, but because of the fact that it was like on a separate line. I actually quite liked it how you had the Train of ATS 2 trains, and then you had a separate line as like a scenery thing. That was pretty cool. I really liked that. But man, if they got rid of the green train, I was gonna go absolutely nuts. They cannot get rid of the green train from Train of ATS 2. Or the orange train either. The orange train as well is like, it's cool. It's just cool how they had like a separate line from the main line, just like as a scenery thing. Anyway, here we are. At the southern end of the route. Now we're not actually going to come to a stop, for reasons that you'll see in a moment. Level crossing. Oh, hello. Deja vu! The truck's deja vuing. He's going sideways. Oh, I was gonna do the deja vu thing with that. Dang it. Oh well. Right. Okay. Okay, this is pretty fast. Slow down. Wait, are we? Okay, yeah, this is pretty fast. Okay, these brakes are awful. Come on. I know this is an old train, but this is unacceptable. Although maybe this is why you don't use F7s as a freight locomotive. You know, I gotta ask, why did the Clinchfield Railroad decide to use F7s as like a freight engine? I gotta do some research. Okay, well, I can see why though. We're on a 1.2% gradient, which is pretty steep, as you can see by the visual on the HUD. Okay, we're just gonna just cruise at this speed. We're almost at the end of the route, so you can now wait. You can now drive the other line. I didn't know they were still doing updates to Trinity ATS 2. So basically, I missed out on quite a bit with Trinity ATS. Well, with all the Trinity ATS games, and I need to play the game again, and I will when I can. One thing I will say though, I have a computer, right? I wish that there was a good iOS emulator, you know, for things. So I think ultimately though, I'm just gonna get an iPad because it'll be easier that way. Bossy with no thingies. All right, so notice that I did set a stop here. We're gonna go a teeny bit further, not much further, but just a teeny little bit further than where I'm supposed to stop. And you'll see why in a moment. And then we'll go to the next round. Bridge. Bridge with the tracks looks kind of cool. Lynchfield. Ooh, hello. A blue coaling hopper, I guess. Oh, this is fantastic detailing. This looks rusty though. Bit weird. Anyways. Alright. Alright, so I got this turn here. I remember your Trinity ATS Walk series? Yes. I meant to do more of that, but didn't for some reason. I think that was meant to be like a filler series or something. I don't remember. Why could you only record 15 minutes back then? Okay, so the story behind that is because way back when I did this video, way back in 2015, actually for the first few years, I didn't have a computer, so I could literally only upload videos through mobile, like the mobile YouTube, and you could only upload videos up to 15 minutes long on like the mobile version of YouTube. So yeah, that's just why I couldn't record a video longer than 15 minutes back then. Of course, nowadays though, we've come a long way. You know, I have a computer now, and I can now upload videos for as long as I want to, or I can upload videos that are as long as I want them to be nowadays. But back then, unfortunately, I had some restrictions to deal with. Actually, that being said, after a while, I did eventually get into uploading longer videos than that, but you know, for a while, I just couldn't quite upload videos longer than 15 minutes. But those were very interesting days back when I made Trinity ATS videos. But yeah, ultimately, I didn't have my Dell computer anymore that I used like way back in the early days of my YouTube, so all I had was an iPad to upload videos with. I did have another computer at my daddy's house that I could have used, but I didn't really want to wait until the weekend to upload videos then. So I just did the videos, one take with my iPad. I just uploaded them like that. Alright, where are we going? Yes, here we go. Bridge. Alright, so that yard that we're going through right now, this should be the ending point, but we're going a little bit further. Not much further, but just a teeny bit further. Yes. I played Trinity ATS since 2016. You know, I actually got into Trinity ATS one way back in 2013, which was way back when I first had an iPad in the first place. Ooh, this looks kind of cool here. There's some cut down trees, but they haven't gotten rid of the stump. Just logs. Actually looks kind of neat. But yeah, I've been into Trinity ATS for a long time. Really, iPads were, well, an iPad that I had, well, you know, iPads in okay, I'm now making this complicated. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, iPads was my first really foray into, like, realistic train simulators. You know, I got into Train of ATS, and I got Trains Simulator, Trains Driver 2. First one was, well, I don't know, it's just Train Driver, actually, not Train Driver 2, just Trains Driver. And later on, I got into Train Simulator, you know, by Dovetail Games. And yes, Watabashi, indeed. Okay, this little spur I'm going now is actually a bit longer than I thought. Okay, it's not much longer. Oh, I shouldn't have looked at the map. Whatever. One more corner. Let's see the scene of the detail. That kept like, ooh. Well, this curve here is kind of cool. I can see the map now. I can only expect Dovetail are gonna come out with the next expansion this route. Can you pronounce this station? Well, I'm not fluent in Japanese, so I can't really pronounce a lot of those stations. So, I could pronounce it, but also butcher it up in such a bad way as we're not clipping through the tree. Such a bad way that it will probably just offend every Japanese-speaking person. But I'm not fluent in any language besides English, so, yeah. Anyway, look at that, it's the end of the line, yes! And now we're gonna have a slow motion crash. Oh, I can kind of see our whole train from here. This is kind of cool. But yeah, we're about to have a slow crash into nothingness. Minami Takatoku. Yeah. You know, my friend Andre, though, he could probably pronounce them pretty well. He's a lot more fluent in Japanese than I do. He's like fluent in Russian and German. Whereas me, I can only pronounce English words, and even English words I have trouble pronouncing them sometimes. Anyways, there's not even any buffers here, so we're just gonna drive off the other track in slow motion at 25 miles per hour. And oh, I like how we didn't even. Oh, we just stopped. Right, what was the results? Well, Luckily, no one was hurt. Anyway. Okay, next route. Gonna do the intermission. Oh, did I put the, I didn't. Good job, me. Alright. Next route. We're off to German land. Alright, so that was for the Lubeck to Kiel route. Another route that I'm curious who asked for it. Anyway, now we get to drive some German trains, which at least are more exciting than what we just drove. Alright, welcome to German land. This is going to be our train for the day. This guy here. That horn, though. Wait. Orange headlights. Okay. Okay, I turned on the difficulty, the sound a little bit more. Well, there, that'll do. Right. So, welcome to the Lubeck to Kiel route, or however you pronounce the thing. I can't pronounce German words. So, yeah, you get these. So, here is the content they get with this route. So, you get the BR-218 with double stock coaches. All four types, actually. So, yeah, all four coaches of the double stock coaches and thingies. Yes, sir. You also get these IC coaches. Yeah, you get the 2 second class coaches and the first class coach. That's as far as coaches. You also get the BR-261, the Voith Gravita, which for some reason doesn't have any scenarios included. It's a pretty interesting locomotive. It's actually the most interesting locomotive of this whole route. You also get two different types of German wagons. You get this logging one, and you also get these tankers. Alright. And finally, you get the train that we're going to be driving for today, the BR-648. And okay, it says we're going to Bad Camp, but that's not actually where we're going. We're going to the other end of the route. Yeah, I probably should have set the destination, but whatever. Actually, might be able to... Can I change down the... who cares? It makes no difference. Alright, so the BR-218... Yeah, this is it, the BR-218. So this here is all the stuff they get with this particular route. So, with that in mind... Oh, independent brake and throttle, okay. I think. Oh no, okay, we get both. Alright. Alright, let's go. Alright. So we're actually starting out here in the yard here at Lubeck. We're going to pull up the station and then do the route. Come on, go faster. I just think of AFB. Or AFB, hang on. Do we have AFB in this thing? Nope. No cruise control. Okay. So we get to drive this thing completely ourselves. And should be seriously had no experience and stuff with like the stations on the route. Interesting. Anyway, so this is the Hamburg. Oh, not Hamburg. It's Lubeck to Kiel. So Lubeck and then Kiel. I don't know how you should say that. I'm not fluent in foreign languages. Also, this camera is really high up. Maybe the thing is just really low. I guess it's worth mentioning. I have driven this whole route. But not in this train. I actually drove this whole route in the ICETD. Because there was a workshop scenario for it. I haven't driven this particular train though. Until now. Let's come up to Lubeck. Now I should say, a lot of things that I said about the Clinchfield Railroad, I can also say about this route. The setting is uninteresting. The rolling stock is mediocre. I mean, the Voith Gravita is kind of cool, but everything else isn't. I guess it's worth saying, none of the content is new either. I mean, the Void Gravita has been around for a long time. Those freight cars, the locomotive, everything. You know. Like, none of the rolling stock is new content. It's all just the same that's been for years. So, again, would not buy this model for rolling stock, or as a setting, or, well, any reason. Oh, the door's gonna close? Hello? Okay, hit Shift T. I guess that works. Right, we're off. I think they actually gave this thing new sounds because I remember that the this train, it came in a it came as a like a standalone DLC, and it had the sounds copied from the from some other train. And by some other train, I mean the class 180, and then the class the Irving trains, but the class something, I forget what it was called. The class something. There you go. the blue one, the River Trains one. They copied the sounds from the wind, and they copied to that train, and then they copied into this train. But it seems they've actually replaced the sounds for this one with something else. I think actually these sounds have actually included a lot of different trains. You know, they're on the default ICTD, they're on the Voyager, and now they're on this. I guess because people complained that the default sounds were so bad, I don't actually bothered to update the sounds with. I don't even know if these sounds are any better, because I've never even heard this train, what it sounds like in real life, and I don't really care much about this train anyways, but, yeah. Also, you may notice we have some catenary. Don't be fooled. This is actually only for, like, the main line that we're driving on right now, because in a bit, we're actually going to turn off onto the, some kind of branch line to go to Kiel, whatever it is. And it's going to be all unelectrified from there. Anyway, look, we're going much faster than before. We're doing 120 kilometers per hour, which I think is like around 60 or 70 miles per hour. Yes, we're really moving now. That horn, though, pretty wimpy. I mean, it's a European horn, but still. And yeah, we're not stopping at the station, by the way, so we go straight to our destination. So I have driven this entire route, so I've seen all this. And for right now, it actually doesn't look too bad, but once we actually get onto the branch line, it gets pretty boring. Yeah. Hey, I'm not really taking the speed limit, honestly. I don't really care about the speed limit. One thing that's a bit baffling to me, though, I'm going to turn down the sound of the game a little bit, is that they've included these 3 trains, but there's only scenarios for this train and the BR-218. There's no scenarios for the Void Gravita. I mean, there are quick drive colonists included, but scenarios, nope. For some reason. I don't understand why. That might be like a workshop scenario or some scenario you can download for it. You can just make your own scenario, but also, hang on a minute. Wait, what? Okay, it looks abandoned, but bit weird. Nice station. Okay, slow down a bit. Actually, when are we switching off? Oh, pretty soon. Honestly, I would have preferred to go this way, but because it's train sim, gotta go this way instead. Because, yeah. Oh, oops. I realized we were switching track. Whoopsies. That's okay. Alright, and now we're turning off this line to go up to Kiel. Hey, you see this forest that we're going through right now? Yeah, I'm gonna say right now, this is basically the whole route. Just endless forest. Whoop-de-dingle-do. Let's go a bit. God, we can go faster than this. Yeah. Speed up a bit. And it's all good. Yeah, it'll do. Actually, yeah, what's 6%? Or what's number? Okay, we're sitting at 5. Alright, well, hope you guys like looking at forests, because that's all we're going to see on this route. Real thrilling, I know. Oh, well, let's run fast so we can get this over with quickly. Well, even then, it still takes about 45 minutes to drive this whole route. Oh, well. Hey, I'll give you this, though. At least you guys that haven't seen this route ever, or just want to see this route, or want to hear my take on this route, well, here it is. Okay, maybe I'll come back to it once more, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. At least for today, we can experience the saucery and the saucery. Grade crossing, or level crossing as they call them in Europe. I actually drove this whole route with the ICTD using the AFB, the cruise control system. Unfortunately, this train doesn't have a cruise control system. I think the double slot coaches does, though. I should have driven, well. Okay, I want to do something a bit different, though. I might rather double slot coach some other day, and some other thing in particular, but I want to drive this for today because I haven't really driven this train. I haven't even driven this train much at all, by the way, since getting this route. Or this package. You know. I just drove this route using a train that was more interesting than me. Alright, well, we're doing 115 kilometers per hour. But we're sticking it pretty well, so I think that's just how fast we're gonna go. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, there's so much foliage that the only camera available is the above one. Yeah. You know, Dove does it just generally just has some questionable route settings. At least with this game. Or this pack, you know. They have Clinchfield Railroad, a route that's set in the middle of a bunch of mountains. Yeah, this route that's set in a very foresty area of Germany. I will say at least the 5 circle line will be more interesting, but it's just weird. And I should mention that I only paid the $1 for this because I wanted to check out the 5 circle line. You know, it's just these other 2 routes are just... they just exist, really. Like, they just exist on my computer for if I have a train that I want to drive them on, or if the assets or the rolling stock is used in a scenario that I might get for a better route. Otherwise, I don't really care for this route, to be honest. I mean, this whole route is just single track, green stuff. It's basically the Nürburgring, but a lot less fun. Yep. I've just described the Lübeck to Kiel route. It's like the Nürburgring, but a lot less fun. Anyways, yeah. Next up is Ponnitz. Some German name. At least feel those things, just so I can just sit at the cab and look at the scenery, I guess. You know. Now, I've driven this whole route. I've seen all the scenery. So I am staying in the cab for most of this. And honestly, because I just want to get this over with, like, and I do at least want to show off on my channel this route. You know. I mean, let me know if you want me to stream this route again, and I might show off more of the scenery. And drive a more interesting train. Whoops. But for today, yeah, medium extravaganza. I really hope next year's base pack is a little bit more interesting, but based on the routes we've gotten recently, I don't have much faith. Honestly, I wish they included the West Coast mainline route with the standard edition, but no, we got to pay extra money for that. Also, the speed limit, the speed limit just went down to 60 kilometers per hour. Like, what was that? That was weird. Curve. What's the... oh. Into the yellow, because of course it is. Okay, well, it seems the line stays mostly 120 kilometers per hour. I do think that it does drop below that at some point. Well, at least it's staying that way for now. Now, I have driven this whole route, but not for a while. Like, I actually drove this route, like, back in February when I first got the Humble Bundle. And I haven't since. And yeah, I did get the Humble Bundle, which means I did get some other thingies, which... I will show off eventually. Maybe at a later date. We'll see. But for today, I'm just showing off the 3 routes that you get with the base game. You know, I've actually gotten every new edition of the game since, you know, Trains 2015. Like, I got TS 2016, 17, 18, 19. And initially, I wasn't planning on getting Trains in 2020, but then the Humble Bundle was a thing, so I could get it for $1. And same with this, I wasn't going to get Trains in 2021, but then the Humble Bundle was a thing, so I was like, why not? It's only $1. You know, $1 for some content that I'll play for a bit and then never touch it again. Bridge. Yeah. Alright, another 20 more minutes on this round. No, actually, kind of feels like we just got. Well, okay, it's been 20 minutes already, so I guess 40 minutes to complete this whole route if you're doing the speed limit and not stopping at any of the stations. Yeah, so fun enough. It takes half as long to complete this route as it does with the previous route, because you know, Clifford Railroad, that route took an hour and a half to complete because the speed limit it goes up to 30 miles per hour. This, of course, is a lot faster. Well, a lot faster compared to the route that we just went to, so I'm not sure what the length of this route is. I think it's like something like 60 miles or 50 miles. I'm not sure. It's okay, 80 kilometers. Convert that to miles. I don't know what you would get, but you get sausages. Sausages. Yes. Anyways. Field. Brown. Bridge. Pretty basic route as far as scenery. You know. Like, it's just rural country land, and that's it. I mean, I can understand the purpose of this route in real life. You know, it does offer more direct connection from people coming up from Kiel, going down to places like Lübeck or even Hamburg. Well, it's a pretty big city, and from there you can go to other places around Germany. So I can understand, you know, this route exists in real life, but in Train Simulator, again, who asked for this route? I would have liked to have had more high-speed German stuff, but no, instead we get a country route set in a part of Germany that nobody really talks about. I actually did at least Google search though where this route is. Oh, we gotta slow down apparently. Oh balls, we gotta slow down. Uh-oh. Sharp corner. On the brakes. Oops, I didn't mean to apply the emergency. Wait. Oh, no time I supplied the emergency. Wait, I didn't apply the emergency brakes. Oh. Well done me. Okay. Alright, we're slowing down a little bit. Slow down a little bit more. Come up to Uten. Well, yeah, it's actually very, very northern Germany. Like, if you went any further north, you would wind up in Russia or wherever. Well, I haven't checked in forever. The station looks kind of nice, though. Okay, I guess we're going as slow as 70 for a little bit. Oh, we go faster. I think we will, actually. I think there's only like this for Hang on a minute. Wait, am I wrong roading? Whatever, we go fast. Okay, I should mention I didn't actually put any like biomarkers down. I just set the route between Lubeck and Kiel and just let the game choose whatever direction, whatever track they go on. I know it's not realistic and stuff, but I don't care. But yeah, the only reason I can justify getting this route is if you live in like the local area. You know, even for the rolling stock, I still wouldn't get it because the rolling stock again is lackluster. In fact, all three of these routes are actually have lackluster rolling stock. I mean, the Void Gravita is kind of interesting, but it's the only interesting one in this whole pack, and that's if you already have that locomotive. And Void Gravita, that's been in this game now for a long time. In fact, all of these things, all this rolling stock against well has been in the game for a long time. None of it is new. Come on. Okay, why am I not revving up? Strange. Let's go to... Okay, I've got on step 4. Is it going to accelerate past 100? No. Oh, hey, it's like a mini cruise control system. Because what's interesting about this train is that it gets up to a certain speed and then just seems to cut power. Or maybe that's just lazy programming. Hey, yeah, is that realistic? Or is that just lazy programming? Good question. Alright. Looks like New South Rail fan has left the show. Alright, well I guess I'm the only one here now. At least not more things to talk about on this file. It's German route. Okay, really? We're gonna drop on a 40. Oh, I'm going. No, you suck. I'm not slowing down. I'm gonna keep going. Station. Express train coming through. There's a curve here. But that's not gonna hurt us. Oh, this might, ooh, that's very sharp. Okay, maybe I should have slowed down. I didn't know. The game didn't tell me. Because of course not. Ugh. Anyways. Alright, well, halfway to Kiel now, or Kyle. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I'm not fluent in German. Yeah. I feel dumb. You know, I too cringe when someone pronounces something the wrong way. And yeah, I probably could have researched how to say Kiel, but this is the route I don't really care about, so whatever. Who cares? Right. Well, there's not much to check out. Some houses though. I'm just strolling along at speed. We actually drove this route in the first place in like Chase Camp because I was curious to see what the route. Well, yeah, the route. But So yeah, if I'm not showing much of the scenery, it's passive view. If I'm not showing much of the scenery, like if there's any part of scenery that you want to see that didn't, oh, this is kind of cool. That didn't say to apologize, but I just want to, And of course, there's always a chance that I could come back Sprout in the future if the demand is high. Alright. Speed limit going down to 80 because of course it is. My hair is... I'm gonna have to wash my hair, take a shower tonight and stuff. Alright, got to slow it down in a little bit. Oh, cool. Got flux speed. We're down to 80, then down to 16, up to 90. Cool. Okay, slow it down. I want to 80. Alright. At least now the game is telling me what the speed limits are, so I can follow them and stick to them and not derail or shake the passengers around. I know we like train derailments, but not today. Wait. I know we like... What? Okay, that sounded a bit weirdly. Key! Too bad you can't actually use the mask key. This whole thing has just been babyfied. Oh, thanks for going on 6-0 than I expected, not telling me. Right, coming through plan. I don't know. Is there a station signboard thing? Plan. Plan. I don't know. Fronito Bobbin butchers German pronunciations. The movie. Or the live stream. Ooh, this is quite cool. Okay, this here is actually pretty neat. Boats Dockyard. It actually reminds me of Mystic, Connecticut. Really, any sort of boating thing in particular reminds me of Mystic, Connecticut. I did actually go there last summer. Went boating. And I might do that again this summer, maybe, possibly. We'll see. speed. Oh, hello. Where's this bridge? Is that an animal bridge? Highway crossing. You know, that bridge actually reminds me of a Grand Tour clip where, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was either it was the Grand Tour or Top Gear. They showed like they built this super expensive animal bridge in Britain, and none of the animals used it. Yeah, they spent like a ton of money, lots of money on that animal bridge, only for it to not be used. Yeah. Alright, nearly there. Okay, actually, still 30 kilometers to go, but we're getting there. Holy. Right there. Alright. Oh, cool. So we're slowing down, speeding up, and then speeding up some more. Through the station called Achsachberg. Hoist. Or Holst. Hoist sounds funnier. Okay, I'm gonna slow down earlier this time. Now let's slow down. See what happens. And oh, yep, I knew that was gonna happen. Why can't they just put a speed limit sign in the thing? Okay, come on, slow down. I don't want to derail today. I know he's done the previous route, but I don't want to derail now. Also, I got most of the station is just grass. Is that part of the platform even used, or is it just there? Does it just exist? Alright, speeding up in a bit, thank goodness. Yeah. Got the Notch 5. Notch 6. Or Step 6, or whatever they call them in Germany. Alright, now we're really moving. Yeah. A little bit faster. Come on. This is max throttle. Is this as fast as we can go? Huh. This is the top speed of this train. Alright. Well, there you go. This is the fastest train can go. Speed! And it's at least faster than we were going before. 127 kilometers per hour. That's like 70 or 80 miles per hour or something. I didn't think I would actually reach full throttle today, but here we are. But once the speed limit is faster than this train can go. Great crossing again. All right, well we're moving. We're gonna get there fast. That's a plus. I mean, we get there faster considering that speed we're in, but you know. Of course, we're back down to 100. Come on. I was liking the speed. More forest. Yay! There's also a thing that goes along with right, but yay! Forest sausages. Who doesn't love a forest sausage? Okay, speed 4, I think. Come on, slow down. Yes. Alright, so down. I think this is it. Yep, alright. Breets. Yep, a station called Breets. You know, it sounds kind of like Priest, but it's Breets. It's like if Ryan Priest was German, his last name wouldn't be Priest, it'd be Breets. Yeah, that's what comes to mind on this route, or at this station. Doesn't make this road worth a buy, but at least it's a thing. It's a thing. It exists. Yes. I should drag ICTD through here and get like a screenshot or something like that. That'd be that. Yeah. Why? Sausages. Bridge. Alright, 14 kilometers to Kiel or Kyle. I don't know. I'm just gonna just go with Kiel because that's what it looks like to me. But I could be totally wrong. Chances are I am wrong. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Train's a bit jerky. Anyway, Lubeck to Kiel is just forests and more forests and the occasional towns, but just mostly forests. So of course, one more route to drive on, but the next route will be more interesting. It's actually the whole thing, the whole reason why I decided to pay $1 for this, because I was curious to check that route out. You know, I don't really care for the other two, but that route is like the most interesting. Yeah. You know, the game's been running for quite a while, actually, I just realized. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't crashed yet. Well done, Train Sim, for not crashing. Well, not much to say. This highway's kind of cool, though. Is there a highway through here? Yeah, there's a highway going through what is, it's actually a decently sized place. I thought there's only a single track here, though. So there's not many trains going through here. And back into more forests and stuff. Okay, I'm starting to feel a bit bored. Okay, can we get someone else in the chat for me to talk to? Because this is getting pretty boring. Yeah, are you starting to see the problems with these routes? They're just so boring. I mean, funnily enough. Alright, the only reason why I was able to keep myself entertained for the first time I drove this route was, well, first of all, I was driving the ICTD, which is a train that I like, but also, well, yeah, because of the train that I was driving. That was it. Since I'm driving this now, isn't quite as fun. Actually, even the first time I drove this route, I got bored halfway through. I just wanted to just get it over with after a while. And the same thing here. I just find this route to be just so boring. So yeah, boring route. Trains are boring. Well, I mean, the void graphics is actually kind of cool, but everything else is boring. Overall, boring DLC. Wouldn't buy it. I mean, okay, if the area, if the route setting interests you, then okay, fine, might be worth the purchase. But otherwise, this route sucks. Oh, we're almost there. Thank the Lord. Any moment now, we can get off of this route and go on to the 5 circle line, which, well, that's... No, even 5 circle lines actually kind of cool, alright? It's not super interesting, but it's at least more interesting than the two routes we've driven so far. You may then wonder why am I even bothering about these two routes, and you know, I just know this is special, alright? Special. But that's about it, really. Once this special is complete, I'll probably not touch these routes again. Because they're just boring. Hello. Tree. I haven't slowed down the moment. I already know it's gonna slow down when we reach the signal. Watch. That's like been the theme of driving this route. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yep. Knew that was gonna happen. I wasn't sure, but I probably should have seen it coming. Okay, well, okay. On the bright side, though, the platform is in sight, so we are almost there. We are very close to Kiel, or Kyle, however it's pronounced. One thing I will say, this diamond here is pretty cool. And, yeah, it's cool. That's all I can say. This route, it's just like Glitch for real. It's boring, it's not interesting, the trains are lackluster. Oh, thank goodness we're almost there. Oh. Okay, this bridge is here. Let's see. What? Okay, thanks, camera. Let's see. Where is this bridge going? The cool scale. Okay, it's a little bit cool. It's a little bit cool. But I've seen cooler. Also, I don't know why the speed limit here is 90 kilometers per hour. Well, I mean, we're literally. Actually, I'm gonna slow down to 40 because I think. Yeah. Pretty sure goes down to 40 here in a bit because we're coming up to the station. Oh, another thing that I almost forgot to mention about this train, I like how I only realized this now. You see those amps? Yeah. I don't know why that's there because this train isn't even... Oh, it goes 30, okay. This train isn't even a diesel electric. It's diesel hydraulic. You know. It doesn't generate electricity that gets... Well, yeah, it doesn't generate electricity to turn the wheels. It's just... Go straight to the wheels, you know. Through a... Well, as Maverick O'Neill said, a torque converter and a gearbox. You know, I don't even think Dovetail cared when making this route. Again, who asked for this route? It's just so uninteresting. Honestly, it's even less interesting than last year's German route. And last year's German route was pretty uninteresting. But at least it was a tiny bit interesting. This is like... not interesting at all. Alright, at least we're now, so pretty soon we'll be able to park it up. I can stop ranting about this route and start talking about the next route, which is more interesting. And we're going to platform 5! Because 5. Right, here we are. Welcome to Kiel, which actually kind of cool, although it's set in the middle of nowhere. Oh, is it like a yard here? I didn't notice. Yeah, it does go a little bit further up. Oh, it's a cruise ship. Oh, there's some stuff here. Okay, I'm getting distracted here. We need to concentrate here because I am about to wearing the buffers. Oh, now you go up to 40? Okay. And here we are, Kiel, the end of this line. Let's look at the main line. Here you go. That's all. That's a little. There's something wrong with keel. Okay. One more route to drive. So I should bring it up in a moment. Alright, gonna exit things. And whoops, scenario number 3. Alright, off to the 5 circle. Steam. I actually need to use the bathroom in a moment. Actually, you know what? I'm actually gonna use the bathroom right now. Oh, of course, game. Thanks, game. Alright, yep. Alright. We shall be back to regularly skip. Oh, whoops. I am a moron at the wrong thing for some reason. The train's countdown. Okay, we'll be back to your registration program in 1 moment. Alright. 5 circle time. Welcome to the 5 circle line. We've got some trains, which we'll look at in just a moment. But first, I'm going to check out. Well, first of all, we're going to click on the train. Our train for the day, the class 68 in ScotRail. Alright, anyway, welcome to Edinburgh Waverley, the big terminus station on this line. So I guess showing you as far as content I get with this route. Well, first of all, I got our train for the diver. Right now, let's go from over here. All right, this train over here. This is one of the trains I include. Well, and yes, this is included. This is the noises. All right, so you get the Union of South Africa Class A4 included with this route, along with some Mach 1 coaches. Yes, Mach 1 coaches. You also get the Class 158 in ScotRail livery. You also get the Class 170 in ScotRail livery. Also get the middle coach. And the train that we'll be driving for today, the Class 68, which is supplied with Mach 2 coaches. Alright. So you may wonder why Waverley is like the last thing. So what we're actually going to be doing for this journey is we're going to start at Edinburgh. We're going to drive around the 5 circle counterclockwise and then come back to Edinburgh. Okay, doors opening. Or doors opened. Are they going to close? No. Alright, well, we'll just close them ourselves. Oh. Can't do that either? Okay. Oh, there we go. Alright. Alright, British train. Right. We are off. Now this train is an easy braking system. This is like the Class 66. So we gotta release the brake pressure. And we're gonna do it progressively. Okay, so release the brakes. Brakes have been released. And we're off. That's quite like the Class 68. Just making sure there's anything salty going on. Alright. Alright, so it takes about an hour and 10 minutes, it seems, to complete the whole 5 circle. And thingy-majiggy, so we're off. So it's a basic plan. We're gonna get to the 5 circle, do it counterclockwise, and then go back the way to Edinburgh. And then that'll be the end of this live stream. Alright, so we're starting here at this track, but we're gonna be going over at least a bit. Anyway, yes, welcome to the 5 circle line. Yeah. There are some other trains that could drive on this route, but I decided to just go with one of the included thingamajiggies, which gives me a chance to have the Class 68 today. Yeah, this is the default Class 68, has been optional powerhouse enhanced, in case any of you were wondering. Alright, so I have driven the 5 circle as well. This line, I've driven the whole 5 circle back and all the other thingamajiggies, all everything. This route. And, I guess if it worked well for my opinion, this DLC just right off the bat, it's, how do I put it? It's okay. Again though, this route does kind of have the same problem as the other routes. Just the setting is a bit weird. Okay, maybe not entirely weird though. You know, we do. I don't think there's actually that many like Scottish set routes. I mean, this route is technically British, but it's also technically Scottish. And I'm gonna say right now the scenery is it's more interesting. All right, there's more stuff to see as we go through Haymarket. But it's more interesting. But I guess I'm just, well, you know what? I'm gonna start up actually by talking about the rolling stock included with this route, and the rolling stock, I might as well just say it's not very good. Except for the class 68's alright, but the other stuff isn't very good. And I honestly just want to just add the biggest insult to injury. You know. This route, or at least the rolling stock included this route, really suffers from the same problem as the other stuff with the other routes. It is content that has been on this game for a long time and remains unchanged. So starting with the A4, the Union of South Africa, that is identical to how it was in the original A4 DLC, released way back in like 2012 or whenever it was. Alright, it's unchanged since then. The Class 170 is unchanged since its Thompson days, except it's in a SkyRail reskin. The Class 150 hasn't been changed, or hasn't been changed in forever. Also, this, I will say the stadium is, this stadium though is pretty cool. Okay, it's not very well detailed on the inside, but at least on the outside, it does actually look quite cool. Also, the trim line we're going next to, which actually looks pretty neat. But the class 170 is the same as it's always been, except it's in a SkyRail reskin now. Class 158, you know, Class 158 did actually receive that minor update to the horn, where it was like a continuous horn rather than a play once horn. But other than that, it's just the same as it's always been, except in SkyRail livery. And the Class 68, which is actually the newest train on this route, and yet that came out in 2016. So that's also the biggest thing that annoys me. Well, I mean, all the things annoy me, but the thing that's most annoying on this route is even the most recent train included with this route came out and has remained unchanged since 5 years ago. Also, this curve here is on, I think it's unrealistically fast, but this is Dovetail. And yeah, if you're wondering, we're not going to be stopping in the station. We're just going to just go non-stop throughout the whole 5 circle and then end up back at Edinburgh with sausages. It's like a tour train, if you know what I mean. But yeah, and again, I wouldn't get this route for the rolling stock either. I would, you know, like if you want like the exact rolling stock with this route, you know, there's better ways to get it. You know, the A4. At least the locomotive itself is okay, even by today's standards, but you know, it's a bit lackluster as far as features. Oh, we are really moving now. But it's a bit lackluster as far as features. The sounds are identical. Just the coaches are rubbish. The coaches have no run sounds. They've been the same that they have been for almost 10 years now. And even then, the A4, you can probably get that with from Steam Sound Supreme or something. I'm not sure where you can get like a newer version of that, but there's definitely a very better version available somewhere. And then with the Class 170 and the Class 15A, I might as well just talk about both of those. You can get much better versions from Armstrong Powerhouse. And of course, you get the enhancement packs. And at least the Class 68, I know there's an Armstrong Powerhouse pack available for the Class 68. Although I should mention, there's actually 2 versions of the Class 68 now. There's the standalone Class 68, and there's this Class 68, which is straight up included with the route. I'm not sure if the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 68 is compatible with this version. It might be, it might not be. I'm not actually too sure at the moment. Actually, having that's gonna be a bit of food for thought. Does the Armstrong Powerhouse packs also apply to the Class 15A and the Class 170? I'm not too sure, actually. All I will at least say, though, the Class 68, even without the Armstrong Powerhouse pack, it's fine. But it's just kind of insulting that you have a route that came out last year, and yet the newest train included with the route is 5 years old. And yeah, I'm not slowing down the speed limit because this literally only just goes over a bridge. I guess one last thing you may wonder, why am I pulling 8 coaches? Well, because 6 isn't enough. Come on. Give me another flyby. Oh, hello, Mr. Long Name. Yes, welcome. Okay, Mr. Freus, I would recommend getting a much shorter name, because that is ridiculous. What you have there? Oi! I didn't want to hit the emergency brakes. That was scary. Okay, please tell me I haven't... Okay, it doesn't look like I've applied the... Okay, I guess we're fine. Okay, you just need to go into apply. I'm an idiot. Alright, slowing down a bit. Alright, yeah, the brakes in this thing are pretty tricky. Alright, where's this town? But, yeah, by the way, if I miss this time, we're gonna see this again while we're on our return journey. Anyways, welcome to the part of the route. You know, I don't know if this is true or not, but I suspect this bridge that we're crossing right now, I bet you they just made this route so they could have an excuse to put this bridge, which for some reason is glitching out. Oh, that's epilepsy. Thanks, game. But I bet you, though, that they just made this route so they could have a reason to put this bridge in. And yeah, I will say this bridge does look absolutely amazing. And it's really well done. Yeah, there's also that bridge. And there's no bridge over there though for some reason. You're gonna see this stuff in Forza Horizon 4 if you get into a specific area. You know, oh, for some reason the lights are on in the back here. But yeah, I will say though, this route does give me some Forza Horizon 4 vibes. You know, because Edinburgh is in Forza Horizon 4. So, as someone that did play Forza, and even though the real fans who do play Forza Horizon 4 and Train Simulator, yeah, they'll play this route and get some vibes. And while you can't actually get to this bridge in Forza Horizon 4, you can see it if you get to the right angle. Like, I actually remember seeing this from this one. Also, I'm not sure why the water is glitching out. I wasn't actually there before. By the way, I have driven this up before and I didn't see that epilepsy the first time. So, I don't know if I have to update this route or something. Okay, I'm going to use the combined brake and throttle for now. It's just easier to use than the stupid brake that this thing has. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours? Dang, okay. We're still not done yet. Okay, not that I'm bothered. You know, there's no I don't have to end the stream at any particular time. I'm just amazed how long I have been streaming for. I mean, I was already expecting those to be 4 hours in length. Whatever. Also, Bandit Trick. And yes, 8 coaches because 6 is just isn't enough. I know it may not be realistic, but shut up. Alright, coming up to Inverkey thing. Yay. Oh, why am I breaking? We're got 50. Oh, okay. We'll go 50, then goes back down to 40 again. Okay, so the the start of the first cycle is coming up. First cycle. It's late. Alright, I've been streaming now for 3 hours, as it seems. Station. Well, last part of the day. Alright, anyway, so here's the beginning of the actual, like we're now going into the 5 circle itself. Alright. So everything that you just saw, we will see again. But now we're just seeing everything, like, on the 5 circle. So it's gonna be like a blink and you miss it thing, so enjoy this while it lasts. Now, with that being said, you know, what is this? I have no idea what bus this is. However, there was some branding. That's some like Scottish bus double-decker thingy or something. I've never seen that before. And yeah, I should mention once again I have driven this whole route, so if I don't sound surprised by something, it's because I've already seen it. I've already been surprised. Up to speed we go. But yeah, overall, Trains from 2021 is somehow even weaker than last year's edition, and I thought last year's edition or last year's base game was really weak. This though, I can't believe it, but they've managed to out-weak themselves. You know, they already got pretty weak with Trains 2020 because they managed to go from 2 interesting routes to just 1 interesting route. This route I'm driving right now, the 5 circle line, is honestly the route that I find the most interesting in this whole base pack, and even then, I don't know, this is a route that I don't know. I will say one positive thing though. I am glad that I only spent $1 on this route because this route was initially on my wish list, and I was going to pay like the $20 for this route because I had, you know, items in the area. Looking back, I'm glad I only spent $1 on this route because it turns out this route isn't quite as interesting as I thought it was. I actually thought this route was like sort of an extension of the East Coast Main. Like this route has some sort of linkage to the East Coast Main Line. Technically it does, because it does go to Edinburgh Waverley, which is of course the terminus of the East Coast Main Line. But other than that, this route is pretty much its own thing. And just, again, the setting just isn't interesting to me. I mean, it's a tiny bit interesting to me because, you know, this route is close to the areas of Forza Horizon 4, but otherwise, don't really care for it. At this point, I'm preparing for next year's train sim base thing, which would just be even weaker. I hope it isn't, but still. I will say though, I would have liked to have gone the deluxe edition with the West Coast Main Line route. I know that route isn't very good, but I would have liked to have gone that for $1. But no, unfortunately, they only had the standard edition for the humble bundle thing. The brakes. Yeah, I've actually driven this train in a bit, so if I mess up the brakes, that's because I don't quite know what I'm doing. I mean, I do know what I'm doing. I have to just get used to it. I will say this is at least a somewhat interesting route. I mean, it's more interesting than the other 2 routes. But okay, lag. Oh, that's the train fan. I thought you left me. Okay, well, you missed most of the German route, the little bit TQ route, as we are now on the Scottish 5 circle line. Also, I've been watching the Grand Tour. I forgot to talk about this in the talk show, but I might as well mention it here again. You know, they mentioned on the Grand Tour show that most things that come out of Scotland are dubbed British. And technically, I mean, this route is technically Scottish, but you could sort of make an excuse that this route is British. I mean, there are a lot of British thingies. Like, this route, as far as, like, the signaling, the technology, and the sausages, it's no different to your typical British route. Yeah, this route might as well be British. It's just, you know, not British. It's Scottish. Oh, no. Oh, I thought we were gonna... Okay. Okay, it's quite a bit to go. That's okay. Alright. As the route. I hope we're going the right way, by the way. I did have a few weird thingamajigs going on when I made the things. Because I have to put a little bit of work into the into this scenario. Whoops. But we'll get to this scenario. As in, like, where the train goes. This way, you know, it goes the right way. Because, you know, my plan was to start in Edinburgh, do the 5 circle counterclockwise, and then go back to Edinburgh once we complete the 5 circle. Because I don't know, it feels a little bit weird ending, you know, ending this route or this stream, this journey, at you know, wherever this station is or here. You know, it makes me more sense to start at Edinburgh than end up at Edinburgh. Now, welcome to Burnt's Land, which is next to a thingy, yeah. Oh, hello. Come on, Dovetail. Anyways. And now we're by the seaside. Beachside, also empty grass. I'm not sure if it's actually this empty in real life or they just did that in... Oh, the water's glitching out again. Very weird. I don't know if that's because of how long I've been running this game or just stuff of being dumped on. I always just stay out here because the scenery along here is pretty nice, actually. Yeah, it's kind of the joint sounds you might hear. That's just thing with the track. There's a million joints in this part of the UK, Scotland. Because Scotland is a different country than UK. Okay, slow down. Obviously slow down sooner. Yeah, I brake too late. So now we've got a valley. Alright, speed up. Yes. This station here is kind of cool. I remember there was one station where I was clipping through the platform, or my train was clipping through the platform. So, again, dovetail. My cursor visible on the screen? I don't think it is. Nah, never mind. No point seeing my cursor anyway. I'm not really clicking on anything. Really, I'm just... Well, I'm operating the train with the keyboard, and I'm just using the cursor to just move my camera around. Not just clicking anything. I've actually driven this whole entire... all these trains on this live stream, by the way. Entirely with the keyboard. By the way. Like, I haven't once used the mouse to, like, move anything in the cab. It's all keyboard controls. Alright, 65 coming up. Of course it is. It seems to be pretty long. I was actually expecting it to be 4 hours long. So, at least it's going to be longer than last year's medium extravaganza. But, still not as big as the ultimate extravaganza they did for Train Simulator 2019, which went on for 6.5 hours. It's getting a bit late where I am. You know, I started this live stream at 6 o'clock. It's now 9 p.m. Oops. Come on, brakes. Why did I wait to apply the brakes? I mean, it doesn't like it matters. I'm only dropping 10 miles per hour. But still. I'm still 38. About 40 minutes left, so yeah, we're gonna be here for a little while longer. You know, for some reason I was only anticipating this to be like, no, I was anticipating this to be like 4 hours, but then I noticed that the you know, the flying routes weren't as long. So this was gonna be like a 3.5 hour long live stream, but or yeah, just a 3 hour. No, yeah, 3.5 hours, but no, it's still gonna be 4 hours, or at least close to it. We still have quite a ways to go on this route, and Place for River still took its time. Yeah. I'm gonna get a bit sweaty. Yeah, we're getting into those months now. It's gonna get hot. Yay. I like it when it gets hot. No, I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna take a shower once I'm done. I also have to use the toilet as well. But it's all having to wait until I am finished with this journey. Last one of the stream. I speed up a bit. I'll do it because I at least enjoy these streams I'm providing whilst I'm not able to, well, I'm not producing videos right now. But, yeah, I got a few more weeks to stream though, you know. Next week is going to be a big one. We got the Indy 500 on Assetto Corsa. Then I'm playing Train's New Era, and then Trainspotting, that'll be the last live stream for a little bit. I think. I'm not, maybe. Let's see. But yeah, I decided to do these streams to fill in the content void. Yeah. Okay, I got it slowed down by a lot. Okay, gotta break it more. Come on. Yep. Got a sharp corner coming up. Okay, really gotta slow it down. Come on. Come on. Oh, this is the... we're gonna slow it down in time. Yeah. Alright, well now we're up to here. Alright. Release the brakes. Alright. Now we're off to... we're going past Glen Roads. It's also a download gradient for some reason. Alright. Glenrose with Thornton. Pretty bizarre station name. I'm gonna check. Does it actually say that on the station signboard? Yeah. Glen Rees Le Thornton. I guess that's in like Welsh or something. I don't know. ScotRail. It's just too long to fit in the platform. And yeah, this train would realistically have 6 coaches, but I decided to drive 8 because, well, yeah, I like my longer trains. 6 coaches just wasn't enough for me. Alright, so we're just traveling at 20 miles per hour right now, but in a moment, though, we will be able to go faster. Alrighty. Speeding back up. Yeah. Well, I pretty much said everything there is to say. All we can do now is just finish the journey. Which there's still a lot left in. Okay, I will admit I'm getting a little bit bored of this. But in a moment this journey will be complete. Yeah, there's not much to say, to be honest. I know there's a lot. I know I'm not saying much now, but at this point, I've just said everything there is to say for the stream. Where not much to point out right now with either. It's just trees and stuff. So, do apologize for the lack of commentary. That's just nothing for me to say. And this is exactly the reason why I don't do many streams anymore, because nobody watches them. Trust me, I do a lot more streams if people watch them, but they don't, so I just stick to videos, mostly. You know, I still do live streams, you know, for the case of I need content, but, yeah. But yeah. I just don't have much reason to do streams anymore. Like, it's easy content, but, you know, even if it's easy content, no one views it, so what's the point? Alright, so where are we actually? Oh, still there? Okay. Yeah, this really could take another half hour. So yeah, I pretty much just said everything that I've needed to say. There really isn't much to it from here. There's a station. I'll be honest, this is getting a bit boring. So, I know it's gonna be a bit salty, but I'm thinking about just looking at my phone, looking at Twitter and stuff whilst I drive. Because there's nobody in the chat watching or doing anything, so there's just nothing for me to talk about. So what I might do is just look at Twitter for a bit and Just entertain myself with that whilst I operate the train. Before we get to Edinburgh. You know, like, yeah, this would be a lot more excited if I was driving this route for the first time, but I've already driven this route once, so I've seen everything there is to see. And even what I've already seen, well, even then, there's not so much to react to, because, you know, I have at least forgotten most of this route, but at the same time, just most scenery that I'm going through right now isn't that interesting, you know? In fact, that's, honestly, it amazed me just how much in common these three routes have, and by that I mean how many bad things they have in common. They're not interesting, the setting is uninteresting, the rolling stock is average, it's not good. I honestly don't really understand why Dovetail continues to bother with this game. It should just end support, or at least stop making content for this game and just stick to Train Sim World. Because if Train Sim World is going to be such a big deal, then just drop Train Sim and focus on that. I am saying Dovetail themselves. Alright. Oh, so there's like no fence on the... Oh, no, I think that's realistic. Like, if third-party devs want to keep making content for this game, then sure, go for it. But as for Dovetail themselves, they honestly should just stop supporting it, or at least stop making DLCs and just focus on Train Sim World. Like, what I think they should do, alright, is come out with some last ever version of Train, like maybe just Train Simulator. Alright? And it should include 3 or 4 or maybe even 6, or maybe more than that, maybe a decent amount, at least 6 or 7, of their best content that they've ever made. You know, British, German, and American. And just have that be it. Alright, all the other content they've ever made can be DLC, and they don't even have to make any new content for this game. You know, if third-party devs, though, make content that Dovetail can put on the Steam store, do that. You know, what I'm just suggesting is just, you know, yeah, keep up with the third-party content, but the first-party content, just end that. Alright, this game is 10 years old. They have Train Sim... It seems they're far more interested in Train Sim World, and honestly, they should just focus on that. Like, I understand Train Simulator still makes money, but at the same time, it just doesn't seem like Dovetail cares about their own game anymore. I mean, you know, other people do. Or, no, you know, if Dovetail doesn't care about other people do, why not sell or give the rights to, or give the sausages in general to, you know, to Train Simulator over to someone else? Like maybe on some Powerhouse, or maybe a group of people from, you know, who won't make third-party content, you know, people like some Powerhouse or Just Trains, and some American developer and some German developer. I'm thinking like Virtual Railroads, that's like a German developer, and maybe a plethora of different American developers. You have those guys creating like new base content or something every year or something. And that's what I've noticed recently with Train Sim. The majority, like, they're still releasing a new DLC on a weekly basis. And the majority of the DLC that they do release is third party. Alright, it's some third party dev who has made the DLC. You know, even the chassis system pack that came out recently, that's made by some third party dev. I think High Iron Simulation or something. You know, the Smokebox Big Boy is coming up pretty soon. That's a non-Dovetail product. It's a third party product. You know, Dovetail should just let the third-party guys take over the game, because it's clear that Dovetail just don't really want to be bothered that much. I mean, you can see the DLCs, especially in the base 3 routes. They're not interesting. the rolling stock is lackluster. You know, if they really cared about Train Sim, they would have kept on doing what they did for Train Sim 2016 or even Train Sim 2019, where they have 3 big routes. All right, 3 really big routes with trains that are new and fresh, and better yet, trains that are developed to a very high standard. Okay, maybe that wasn't so much Train Sim 2019, but Train Sim 2016. You know, the Riviera line, the 50s with all the steam sounds, the green steam stuff, that was cool. Sherman Hill, which had the gas turbine, that was pretty neat. And they cloned the Cublands route. I'm sure 2 of those routes were still like previously released routes, but those, you know, got upgraded to a new standard. And Riviera, well, okay, technically none of the 3 routes were really new by that point. But at least they bothered enough to update them. Like, they went and updated the routes, and then with Riviera Line, you know, they essentially took a route they had already in the game, but, you know, backdated it to the 1950s. That was cool. I don't know, I just don't didn't seem to care anymore. You know, even with Train 2017, well, I mean, before Trace 2016, alright, you had Trace 2015, which, again, was like a bit of a new thing. And even with Trace 2015, what they did with that is that they included 3 routes, but they also included 3 DLC trains. Like, you had Northeast Quarter from New Haven, you had the Munich to Garmisch route, you had the East Coast Main Line. You also even included, like, a new train. Or, not a new train, but like a DLC train, you know? New Haven had the Acela Express, which... if they actually bothered to update the Acela for that. Also, we're getting there. They also include the ICT with the Munich Garmisch route. And they made a whole new train, the Class 801, for the East Coast Main Line. So there's that. So that was pretty neat. And then back with Trains for 2014. Yeah, that was really the first sort of game where they just had 3 of the new DLCs. Okay, technically that was Trains 2013, but I don't really know much about Trains 2013. But I know Trains 2014 they include 3 routes. But I feel like with Trains 2014 it was acceptable because that was like that was still a pretty new format that Dovetail were doing. You know, and then it got better as they went along. And this was Trains 2017 in that case. Yeah, that had routes that were already established routes, but at least they had 4 routes as opposed to just 3. And well, even with Train 2016, they actually included 4 routes in like the Steam edition. You had the 3 big routes that they were, you know, talking about quite a bit, and then they also include what was it? Dang it, I forget. The Norfolk Southern Coal District. Yeah, that. Alright, so that route was a thing. So, a lot of content. Oh, and even back with Train 2015, I forgot they included those 3 routes, but they actually included 4 routes, because, again, they had the Pacific Surfliner. Unfortunately, I didn't actually get that, because I didn't actually get the Steam edition of Train 2015, because I was a bit confused. Back then, I didn't really know what edition to get. I just got Train 2015, the standard edition. I just didn't know what I was doing back then, so I just did that and things, so, of course... That was weird. Unfortunately, I never got the Pacific Surfliner with that. But, you know, it was cool. And so they basically did include 4 routes. Like, not just the 3 routes. I mean, they were of course 3 routes with the initial edition of the game, but then, they also include the extra route for, thingy-majiggies and stuff. Oh, of course, thanks, game, again. With this. Alright, I'll go through dumb from mine. Alright, well, we're almost there at the, back at the bridge thingy. And yeah, I might return to this route if there's a demand too, because I know I haven't really showed much of the scenery. As, like, not doing much of a fly cam thingy-majiggy, so if anyone wants me to do that, like show off more of the scenery in a live stream, I could do that. Maybe. But yeah. But then with Train Simulator 2018, that was when it was starting to get a little bit lacking. Because Train 2018 only included 3 routes. Which I was excited for at first, but for some reason I haven't touched much afterwards. Okay. Then with Train Simulator 2000... what was it? Ah, dang it. Oh yeah, 2019. That at least went back up to 4 routes. Well, at least... Well, 4 routes, but only for, like, the regional editions. So, what did they do for Train 2019? I think they also did with Train 2018, but I'm going to speak of Train 2019 just because. So, Train 2019, they started with, like, the regional editions. Like that, there was a, you know, what was it? There was a U.S. edition, a British edition, and a free or German edition, where you would get Train 2019 with the base content, and then a route from a country of your selecting. So you could either get the American edition, the British edition, or the German edition. I actually went with the American edition of Trains from 2019, as you'll remember back then, because I wanted the Miami route quite badly, and yeah, I've used the Miami route quite a bit since then. I mean, I was more interested in like the Silver Star coast, but that was quite cool. That was the thing. So, even for a bit, they still had some decent additions going for Train Simulator. But that being said, there was sort of like less original content, because even, well, thing is, right, Train Simulator 2019, that had a lot of content, but a lot of the content had already been established even before that even came out. Then with Train Simulator 2018, a few routes that were already established. And same thing for Train 2017. No, Train Simulator 2016, I guess is worth noting. Train Simulator 2016 was really the last ever game, and yes, Russell, we are still live. I mean, we're on the last journey, yeah, but yeah, we're still going. Yeah, but we're another 17 minutes before we get to Edinburgh, and then that'll be the conclusion of this live stream. But yeah, Train Simulator 2016 was really the last ever game that, like, you bought it and it had some new content. Every game after that already had some pre-established content. But at least they sort of kept the content to be interesting. And I know you might also say they include some exclusive routes, but, you know, even after that, the route won't be exclusive anymore once the, you know, the game gets updated. And why are we wrong? We're not wrong roading, we're in Europe. Russell. As you can see right now, I'm driving a British train in Scotland. As you can see. Oh yeah. Two-tone horn! But yeah, we're not wrong roading, we're just in Europe. Yeah, Russell doesn't know his sausage is very well, it seems. Anyway, yeah. You know, at least though with, like, even the falling distance from Train Simulator 2007... No, 16. Yeah, they still had some interesting content that it came with. It was really Train Simulator 2020 where they really didn't care. Because 3 routes included with that were just really lackluster. And the same can be said about these 3 routes I've driven today. And honestly, I don't have that much faith in Train Simulator 2022. I think it's just going to be even more... Again, it brings back to my original point. Either come up with some final edition for Train Simulator, or hand the game off to third-party devs. While so, you are not going anywhere unless you would like another strike. Yeah, I've also been badly behaved recently. He's actually in jail as of right now. Hey, welcome to Ivan Keithing. Alright, so we have now completed the whole 5 circle, and we're now on our way back to Edinburgh. And then will be the conclusion of this live stream. Haha. Russell doesn't want to strike. Well, then make sure you stay here for the rest of the stream. Because honestly, it's not going on for much longer anyways. Like another 15 minutes, we're going to be in Edinburgh, and that'll be the end of the stream. Tunnel. Alright, well, my initial plan was I was gonna go look at Twitter and stuff on my phone to pass the time to get to Edinburgh, but instead I managed to spark a whole conversation about train sim. Well, we still have 15 minutes to go before we get to Edinburgh Waverley, so, still have to find something to talk about in that time. Anyways, another thing I should mention about Train Simulator is, well, Train Sim 2022. There might be a chance, though, that the Northeast Corridor from Washington to Baltimore might be included in that. Like, my thinking is, because I don't think Dovetail hasn't released any other American routes recently. Yeah. So, this is a bit of a bold prediction, but I'm thinking they might include the Northeast Corridor from Washington to Baltimore in Train Sim 2022. Just a prediction, by the way. I actually have no clue. So that might be the case, unless either they come up with another American route in the next few months, or they come up with like a new exclusive route thingamajig again, but for some other American route. That being said, I am hoping though that the Washington to Baltimore route is included in Train 2022 because I'm definitely thinking that they're going to be a Russell. Why are we disliking the stream? Do we want to get another strike? I think Russell wants another strike, guys. Okay, fine. I understand the stream is a bit boring, but don't blame me. Blame Dovetail. Alright, for coming up with these boring routes. Okay, I do plan on doing another Train Sim live stream next month, but we're going to be going on a route of my choosing. And the rounds in question will be a lot more exciting. Alright, here we go over this bridge again. Does this bridge have a name of some kind? Oh no, it's a cool bridge though. But yeah, here we go over this bridge once again. And once again, I do apologize for the glitching out water. I don't know why that's happening. Weird. Anyway, 10 miles before we get to Edinburgh. That's what I thought. Well, I thought Russell behave himself because he's in jail until at least Sunday night. When we get to do Top Gear Junior again. Anyway, yeah, so 4 hours. I haven't actually done this long of a live stream in quite a while. I did the talk show that was 3.5 hours, but I mean, does that count? That was really just me just blabbering for all that time. Now, this was me actually like doing something interesting. Well, okay, doing something that's actually boring, but I try to make it interesting, and I don't know. Whatever. Alright, luckily no cross bridge fast all the way to Edinburgh. And then that'll be the conclusion of this live stream. I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit number 1 to get back into cab, and I hit pause instead. By pause, I mean the escape key on the left or the right side of the keyboard. No idea how I did that. Actually, no, it's because I'm making mistakes. I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours. Yeah. I don't usually do streams that are this long. I mean, I was gonna do it for this regardless, but still. Alright, well, on the flip side, though, no silly routing has happened. We've just driven the whole 5 circles successfully. And now we're just gonna go straight to Edinburgh. So I think what I'm meant to do here is do a little bit of a tour of Edinburgh, you know, do some Forza Horizon 4 callbacks, and conclude the live stream there. It's another flyby. I gotta... Oh, this is 90. I thought it was an 80. Good, we can leave faster. I guess one thing I want to show here. You see this here, this line here in this tramway. I actually decided to drive that. That is drivable. I mean, there's no markers, so it wouldn't be a good place for a scenario, but you can drive there in free roam for the fun of it if you want. Also, your stupid bridge. Can I just say, though, it's a bit silly how there are bridges that you have to slow down just for, like, there's no curve. It's completely straight. You could go a 90 miles per hour full speed limit across that, but no, you have to slow down a little bit for the bridge, just for the bridge itself, because it's an older bridge. No idea why they can't just upgrade the bridge. And this is a present day route, by the way. You know, like the Litchfield Railroad, you know, that route was set back in time, but I guess also we're saying that the German route and this route, these two are set in the present day. Okay, these are present day routes. So fish. Alright, almost there. I think the... Okay, I don't know what's up with the E10. Yeah, whatever, doesn't matter. And Road Gateway. Also, I'm going to pause this game for a bit. Here's the tramway. I don't know where the track comes from, but it looks interesting. And there's a little tram yard. And yeah, you can drive it. I actually took the tram from the Frankfurt U-Bahn route, or U-Bahn, and I actually drove down that tramway just for funsies, and it's actually kind of interesting. Like, I mean, yeah, you can take any train, but if you have a tram and you have this route, you know, I suppose it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a stroll on the tramway because it is a little bit interesting. Also, we've already seen this part of the route, so I might as well just talk about stuff. You see this line here, the line that goes up to here and ends. There's a rail fan thing here, Edinburgh Park. Alright, I'm going to talk about Edinburgh Park for a minute, because it's a bit of a weird place. And by weird place, I mean the station itself is fully detailed, right? There's a fully detailed station there. Fully detailed station with platform markers, and there's even a rail fan marker there. Yeah, and the speed goes down to 75, but again, I don't care, okay? This may be a curve, but don't care. Anyway, so that's there, okay? And I wonder why. Like, are they building a future extension, a future route there, or were they going to build a route there for this route, but then just didn't include it, and they only decided to go for the 5 circle? I'm curious to know that. Alright, so we're flying by at 90, or flying at 90, but I'm pretty sure we have to drop down to 50, and then 35, and actually, I think we have to start up a bit sooner than that, because we are... Oh, it's green signal. Scam. Oh, yeah, there's Mr. Tramway again. The station there, that station actually there is a bit wrong if you look at it in real life. Goes to show how much Dovetail cares about their own game. Alright, let's break. I should have slowed down a lot sooner. Alright. Also, yard here for the trams and thingies. Alright, off the brakes, or off the brakes, I mean. Alright. Still an impressively long live stream, though. The camera does, yeah, it still falls line for a bit, and then it goes off here. Welcome to Haymarket. Nearly there. There, well, it turns out I didn't need to go get my phone. I was able to talk amongst myself and be able to complete this journey without getting utterly bored. Okay, look, we're almost there. Almost at Waverly. And then we will be able to end this live stream. I can't believe it's I mean, I was expecting this live stream to be 4 hours. I'm not saying I wasn't. But then I was like expecting to be like only 3 hours and a half or like 3 hours, but not still 4 hours, but yeah, that's okay. I was still expecting it to be that long. Actually, having said that, it's still longer than last year's stream that I did. So hey, at least you get more route age to drive. Even though the routage is somehow less than last year, but the route mileage... Oh, God. Alright, I'll admit I do feel a bit uncomfortable as far as myself. You know, I have to use the toilet, take a shower. But don't worry. Once we get to Edinburgh, it's all over for today. Oh, Russell's behaving himself. Oh. They're like trains from earlier. Alright, well, welcome back to Edinburgh. I should say though, we've been on the move for this whole journey. Like ever since we left Edinburgh, we've just been moving. You know, we haven't stopped. We haven't opened up any doors. At least I don't think we have. Yeah, this journey was so long. I was so forgetful. I can't remember what this journey was, but that's okay. Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay, on the brakes. Alright. Welcome back to Edinburgh. Well, there you go. We've done the whole 5 circle line. And other thingies. Here's what you got Edinburgh for a little bit. It's actually... Okay, well, it's alright. I actually do recognize a lot of, well, some of these driving roads from Forza Horizon 4, you know. Well, I say that you've got 2-dimensional buildings because, of course. We also got this here, though. This is in Forza. This whole section here is in Forza. And here's this straightaway here. This is the long straightaway that I can go. Okay, breaks up here, but there's this whole road here, which is recognizable from Forza. That's a pretty fun road to drive on in Forza. One thing they didn't include here, though, for some reason, is the tramway. There is a tram here, which for some reason they didn't bother to include. They even had that in the Just trains. East Coast Mainline route from Edinburgh to Newcastle. But not Dovetail. You know, this, of course, this is Dovetail's own interpretation of Edinburgh, and bit of a downgrade. I mean, okay, it still looks alright, alright? Still pretty decent. Just could have been better. And this route, this was supposed to be a road here. I can see this from Forza. And beyond here, East Coast Mainline continues, but not on this route. Well, there you have it. That's this live stream finished. So 4 hours of driving and things. Longer than last year's extravaganza, but still could have been longer. But that is it for this live stream. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. And I will see you in whatever... Shut up, Arm. I will see you in whatever I make next.